House resumes and debate continues. So, as I said earlier, my eyes fall on you. So the order was Honorable Blackmore, Senator Roll, and Senator Henderson. So, Senator, you may proceed. My eyes fall on you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Simply abiding by the Speaker's judgment. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to members of the House. This afternoon, I stand here to register my support and my voice for the supplementary appropriation before this Honorable House. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about money well spent, and I want to assure the members of this Honorable House that this is not a cliche, Mr. Speaker. This is a fact. Because if you go through the various items, you will indeed see that this was money well spent. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk about money well spent, you have to look at the East Coast Road project. And really and truly, you don't need a technical report or engineer's survey to tell you that this was money well spent, Mr. Speaker. All you have to do is take a drive down there yourself and you see it for yourself. Mr. Speaker, oh yeah, and there's an open invitation for this Saturday in particular. But Mr. Speaker, you take a drive down the road and you see the cat eyes, you see the guardrails, you see the storm drains, Mr. Speaker. You see all of these things which are contributing to safer roads, smoother journeys, and stronger communities, Mr. Speaker. And really and truly, this is not just an infrastructure upgrade, but this is an example, a physical, tangible example of how this government is delivering on its mission to make Dominica the world's first climate resilient nation, Mr. Speaker. Because resilience is not just a policy statement. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, it's an engineering decision. Because it would have been very easy to asphalt a road, Mr. Speaker. Very easy to do so. Not check the drainage, not widen the road. But what would happen should we be faced with another natural disaster as big as Maria? God forbid, of course, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I really have to commend the Honorable Prime Minister, whose leadership continues to emphasize that building is not just for today, but for tomorrow. Because, Mr. Speaker, let's be real, building resilience is not cheap. Mr. Speaker, you heard the Honorable Prime Minister this morning mention the amount of culverts that we had to build, Mr. Speaker, and the bridges, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it would have been easier to pour asphalt on a single-lane bridge. That would have been the easy way out, Mr. Speaker. But as easy as that would have been, it would have been selfish, Mr. Speaker. But what that tells me is that this is not a selfish government, Mr. Speaker. This is a government who is not only building for today and developing for today, but for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And it is this kind of work that future generations will look back and say, this is when the building blocks of Dominica were laid, Mr. Speaker. And as a young parliamentarian, I cannot overstate my deep appreciation for this approach. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about resilience and we speak about physical infrastructure, we are the ones that will inherit the Dominica of tomorrow. And because of this Dominica Labour Party administration, I can safely say that we will inherit a Dominica with pride because of the interventions made today by this Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's intergenerational responsibility, Mr. Speaker. And then while we speak about resilience, I must mention the geothermal project, Mr. Speaker. And I really don't want to go much into it because the Honorable Minister did such a surgical job, he said, Mr. Speaker, with such precision, Mr. Speaker. But just to say that, yes, this is supplementary appropriation, and we're speaking about monies well spent. And every dollar spent on the geothermal project takes us one step closer than we were yesterday, takes us one step closer than we were 6 months ago, and takes us one step closer to hopefully one day being able to export that energy because we have the potential, Mr. Speaker. And you cannot talk about, yes, we speak about resilience and the infrastructure, the geothermal, the roads, but right here, Mr. Speaker, you look at the National Employment Program and the $15 million that was spent on the National Employment Program, Mr. Speaker. And while some may call it an expense, I call it empowerment, because that exactly is what it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know why I consider it to be money well spent? Because there are very few projects or very few initiatives that can touch almost virtually every single community in Dominica the way that the National Employment Program does. And Mr. Speaker, some may ask, where does the money go? And I say that the maths is simple. An intern gets paid, they go to their local shop, buy groceries, the shop owner earns revenue, they restock, they pay bills, business continues. Or, Mr. Speaker, an intern takes the bus to work, they pay the bus driver. That's one more consistent passenger coming from that community. That bus driver then makes a loan payment more comfortably, pays fuel, and supports their family. That, Mr. Speaker, is how money circulates. That's how local economies breathe, and that's how communities grow. So, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me when some people criticize this program, especially those in the very communities that benefit from it. But whether you're the shop owner, the bus driver, the landlord, the farmer, or even the entrepreneur, the impact of the NEP touches you, whether directly or indirectly. And Mr. Speaker, that's not just payroll, that's economic lifeblood, that's community stability. This is dignity for young people, meaningful work experience for graduates, and support for essential public institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, when we speak about the NEP, it's not expenditure, it's empowerment. When we speak about geothermal, it is strategic transformation. And when we speak about the roads like the East Coast Road Project, we're not just patching, but we're future-proofing, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I can stand here this afternoon and support 100% wholeheartedly this supplementary appropriation before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Because it's about value created, it's about resilience being built, it's about lives improved, and it's about a future being secured for those who will come after us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Henderson. Senator, just press it and I will, okay. Now you can proceed. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not January yet, so may I have permission to refer to my note? Have a little grace. Have a one.
Okay, you heard what I said about next year?
Yes, that's why I said it's not January yet, so I asked for permission to refer to my note.
Okay, so.
I don't want to show off my skills yet. I wait till
Yeah.
January.
Okay, proceed. And permission is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the supplementary estimates of the expenditure for the financial year that ended June 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kalinago Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment revised the estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 show that $45.1 million was spent on the National Employment Program. In this supplementary estimate presented before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, an additional $50 million was spent on the same program specifically to meet the payment of interns after the period March to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, let's start from the top. I am in support of the NEP program. When the government initiated this in 2013, December, the goal was to address unemployment by providing job training, mentorship, and employment opportunities, particularly for the youth. Mr. Speaker, who would not support that? Who would not support something so positive? The Minister for Finance, in his presentation earlier, reiterated that the main objective of the NEP was to reduce the national unemployment rate. So we're trying to reduce unemployment in the country, which is always a good thing. However, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the government has deviated from its original plan. I truly see the potential in this program. I do. Helping our young people find their place in different careers or assisting in the maintenance and beautification of the country or acquiring skills to improve their lives. Mr. Speaker, we're all for the young people, we're all for the youth, and we're all for the improvement of our country. Mr. Speaker, though, it appears to me that this plan is still in its first phase because we are approaching the 12th year of this program, December, and I have not seen improvement from the inception. How has the program transformed itself to further improve lives? Many young people are employed in this program, yes, but are they able to make moves on their own? The uncertainty this program causes is evident. No job security. Mr. Speaker, are the employees in this program contributors to the economy? Of course. However, Mr. Speaker, their benefits are not forthcoming. Mr. Speaker, these young people are not eligible for unsecured loans unless they can get a co-maker to present on their behalf. Their inability to undertake any long-term commitment on their own as they build their own lives is saddening. They have to depend on somebody to come and stand up for them. Mr. Speaker, according to an article from the DOM 767, a local news website, the NEP has significantly contributed to Dominica's socio-economic development. By March 2023, over 4,352 individuals were engaged through the program, with an expenditure exceeding $29 million for that year. I'm quoting. The NEP has been instrumental in sectors such as the public service and the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And community beautification projects, yes. However, Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing to revamp the NEP program? Revamp the NEP. In the Minister for Finance presentation earlier, he informed that over 3,000 individuals are currently employed in the NEP. Mr. Speaker, a caveat should be placed on the training period to ensure that the ministries and the private companies are gainfully employing the individuals after the training period. It is unfair to have individuals on the NEP still in the program, past the training stage, and working for private sector and the public sector as well under the NEP. But if the person has gained the skill, Mr. Speaker, and the proper training, employ the people. Employ them. Let them get benefits. Let them get insurance. Let them get the different things. So they can take their unsecured loans as well, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, they're disturbing me. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to, Mr. Paris, Mr. Speaker, we have to encourage our young people, and how we encourage them is really helping them to do better in their lives, Mr. Speaker. So having them under the NEP for years upon years, not bringing them into the careers and the fields and the trainings which they have gotten over the years, so they can benefit from your organization. That is unfair, Mr. Speaker. And I think if we revamp the NEP and we look at and we put a caveat, if we put everything in structure in place, where you have the person in your employ, by that period you have to decide, you want Mr. Speaker to work for you or you want him to go bye-bye. At that point, Mr. Speaker working for you, and you know he's not gainful, he can take a loan. I mean, not Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker. You take a loan, right? And then if the person doesn't have, let's say, for example, the person doesn't acquire the training and the skills, then something else, put them somewhere else. Have them there forever and a day under the same. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is the right time to move to the next phase of the NEP, strategize and revamp this program, fix it up, provide job stability and job security for our young people. Let's recognize and reward the people who are contributors to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Alfred first, then Honorable Lockhart, then Honorable Ostel Lockhart, and Shakira. Yes. So Alfred, Hippolyte, and Lockhart.
I rise to support the supplementary appropriation, yet so much has been said that I almost want to say everything I wanted to say. They said it already and sit down, but that's not how it goes. But even when before I move into my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if we understood when it was presented the number of people who have graduated from the NEP program. I don't know if they wanted us to do a ceremony in the stadium. I don't think we properly understood what that meant, but maybe we should repeat again the number of people who, when we say graduated from the NEP, what we mean is that some of them have gotten into full-time employment in the public service, some of them have gotten into full-time employment in the private sector, some of them have begun their own businesses, and they have moved on. Because, Mr. Speaker, by me, I don't add people to my program. When other people move on, I fit in new people. So there is an exodus of people from the NEP. And in addition to that, in addition to gaining these skills, now you are not afraid as a young person when you hear 5 years experience, working experience when an advertisement go out. If you're on the NEP, you brace yourself and you say, I have 5 years experience because of NEP. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I also think too that sometimes some people speak as if we do not very well understand the supplementary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, you think a mother can decide to let her sick child die because what she had set aside for medicine for the month is used up? I'm speaking because my constituency is listening. I don't want to use too much fancy language because they are supposed to pass the message on. So, Mr. Speaker, what that mother would do, she credits, she borrows, and she'll use up money set aside for other things to make sure that her child is all right. Mr. Speaker, this is what a supplementary appropriation is about. There are programs being run. There are issues to address. The work must go on. You just can't fling your hands up in the air and say, Sapufe. You have to do something because the people of Dominica expect us to do something. Mr. Speaker, we have to do what is best for our people. That's why people elect governments, to do what is best for them. We have to look after the people. And to do this, for us on this administration, on this side of the house, for us, that is just a reasonable service. That's just a reasonable service. So the funds spent to train, hope to provide homeowners, we had a kind of a assessment done, to provide homeowners with feedback and insight on how to strengthen and upgrade their homes. For me, that was funds well spent. Mr. Speaker, we are placing our country on a path so we can never go back to pre-Maria days. I heard somebody say if a storm like Maria come, God forbid, but I'm telling you what we are doing, if a storm like Maria should come, we will not be in the position we were before Maria. So this is why we have certified 25 builders and contractors at CVQ level 3 in safety building codes because we are building back stronger. In addition, Mr. Speaker, you hear all those houses now that have been handed over to people all over Dominica. Mr. Speaker, even us as normal people, when we build in our personal homes And sometimes we have prices go up. Now, worse with the kind of world economy. You buy something for 25 cents now. When you spin around next week, it already reach 40 cents. And nothing to do with local economy, with shipping, with crisis on the outside. So even us, when we take a loan to build our homes, there are sometimes we have to go back to the bank to ask them for like something because, what? The bathroom stay without tiles, boy. Money finish. We go back. So what do we do? What do we do? The money that was allocated in certain areas for the housing. So, Mr. Speaker, it's because we meet certain blocks, you know. For example, a person down, they ain't got title. The professional thing to say is, Madam, as part of the criteria, you're supposed to have a title. Sorry, you need a title. You don't have one. Try to get one within the next 3 months, otherwise you'll be disqualified. Sorry, next person. That's what professionals do. But we are more than professionals, Mr. Speaker. We are people who care. The Bible refers to that as bore wheels of compassion. Some people don't have no bore wheels of compassion, Mr. Speaker. So when that happens, what do? You have to find a way to facilitate that person simply because that person is Dominica. There was a thing we used to say, I am Dominica, are you? So we have to spend money to facilitate people getting their titles so that they could have their homes. In addition to that, some prices went up. So when the prices go up, what do? You tell the person, you're supposed to send $50 on your house. $50 is finished. Look a piece of house. You want to give a person a piece of house with doors missing and no, Mr. Speaker, things get expensive, the money allocated is finished. However, we have to make an arrangement to take that house to finish because when this government gives you something, it's a gift. A gift that does not require no reproach, it does not require no headache. According to the Bible, it have got no strings attached to it to make you scratch your head. So this is where those monies went. Because we want everybody to be safe and secure, comfortable in their homes. So we will not be giving anybody any piece of house because the money allocated is finished. We have a responsibility to find the rest of the money and make sure that person gets a home. Mr. Speaker, the worst place to make a mistake or to delay is with people money. With people money. So, Mr. Speaker, in that time of technology, we have to upgrade. We have to upgrade so that we can have more speed and efficiency. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when certain, unlike now, in the era that we are now, according to what machine that break down, better we just replace that, Mr. Speaker, that outdated, that not running again. So, I believe that the money that we spent to procure IT tools and equipment to advance the audit department IT infrastructure was money well spent. Dominica will not be left behind in that age of technology. So according to that machine that break down, we are going to call a boot again. We're just replacing that so that we can be call a boot is to fix. I don't bring a paper that's going to come to an end before the middle of 2026.
Yeah, bring the paper.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I mean is something is not good, you stick it over there, you fix it over there, and then for 2 weeks it's broken again. We're not going back to the time when people were waiting until the 15th of the other month to get money. We can't go back there, otherwise we will not look as if we're progressing. So, Mr. Speaker, more money talks again. Mr. Speaker, you don't know how happy now policemen and teachers are these days. If the police speaker passed there, you had a taste of it now, and the last teachers rally. The last teachers rally was something we had never seen before. So, Mr. Speaker, when people come to the negotiation table and the negotiation go fruitful, it's amicable, and we decide on something. When people leave the table, we have to honor our commitments, you know. You cannot, that's what honorable people do. That's why they call us Honorable Octavia Alfred. Because when the people leave the table, you cannot now come with a 2x4 story about, we said we'd pay you all at the end of this month, but we have difficulties like what we had experienced some, you know, in the dinosaurs age, you know, That's what we, yeah, they always had an excuse why they couldn't pay you all or on time. We passed that stage. We passed that stage. So to facilitate the payment of the salaries and allowance, following the negotiations with the Police Welfare Association, we had to access additional funds that were not allocated in our budget. Because we don't want our hard-working policemen to be told one thing, and when they're waiting expectantly, we delay. Mr. Speaker, police, you're talking about national security and safety. You have to do what you have to do, and even if it wasn't policemen, when you make a commitment as an honorable person, you have to keep it. Mr. Speaker, Dominica people, they be not Dominica people alone, you know. Okay, people. When people hear an increase coming, pen on paper, they don't get it, but they're already planning. They're already planning what they're going to do with that tree. So you think you can come now and after the ping dong, everybody's planning because all you're doing it too. So, all like this morning, I go, are you in Parliament today? I say yes. Have a good day. Make sure all the monies they promised pay before Christmas. Mr. Speaker, send list make already, you know, on some of the things that we're planning to do there. So, I'll be free full stop behind that one, and I'm hoping that it will be ready. Mr. Speaker, when it becomes necessary, we have to find a way. This is what leadership is about. And this is what the supplementary appropriation allows government to do, to allocate additional funds for specific purposes, usually in response to unforeseen expenses or changes in priority. So take, for instance, the additional money we spent for supplies for software and equipment for the electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad that we could procure the equipment for the reform. But Mr. Speaker, you know, in some cases, I feel that that should not have happened, you know. Because so long we want to give the people electoral reform. Some people, they are blocking, arguing, looking for always to slow down the process, to stop the process. According to my granny, chicaneering. Chicaneering is when you're looking for always to block something, when you're forcing about something. Although you know it's the correct thing, but you're forcing. So, chicane. Anyway, that will change before the end of next year, Mr. Speaker. Days run into weeks. Weeks run into months. Still, the chicaneering going on, the blocking, the forcing. Even when you see that's the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, months run into years. And what happened? Budget increase. Because plans change. Prices change. A process which should have been so simple was complicated and sophisticated. But, Mr. Speaker, not only did that cost us some more money than we planned, but it's also causing some people a discomfort. Now we hear some saying, but birth certificate and a person that know you enough. We didn't know that all those months with their chicane in there. All that money we spend there, we should not have spent all that money, you know, Mr. Speaker. If now we are so fully convinced that birth certificate and a person that know you good. You see what it means of chicane now? Mr. Speaker, you see, it's never a good idea to cut off your nose to spite your face. You know what that means? It means that you know you want to do a thing to hurt a person, but in the end what happens? It hurts you more than the person you try to hurt. But I leave that there. I'm glad we have the equipment and the process is going. Mr. Speaker, work is going on the expansion of the Dominica Grammar School, funded by the government of Dominica. I myself, I learned, more you see a thing have, in Christian term we say, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. More you see a thing have issues going on with it, is more at the end you get more than you expect. And that is how I'm looking at that. Because this modern state of the arts facility will have modern classrooms, science and computer labs, training workshops, and enhance and improve facilities for teachers. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying too long on any of those things, you know, because everybody already says so many things. Mr. Speaker, the appropriation for DGS is crucial. Since we are determined to provide students with top-class learning environments and to foster academic excellence and holistic development, I'm not even talking yet, expounding on how, as we move into the education reform, what a place like grammar school will mean for that. That is for another conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend, I'm over to grammar school, I want to extend gratitude for this road, the more than 200 million. I cannot even know what I would do with that amount of money, no, Lord. $200 million on the East Coast Road. Our section, we had 15 retaining walls, 77 culverts, 670 meters of drains, 2 permanent bridges. We're not talking about those bridges you had to put while they were building those new bridges. Mr. Speaker, the government could have gone as planned, you know, but as new areas of vulnerabilities were discovered, they were addressed. Every time it rained, we saw new things to do. Every time, Mr. Speaker, me myself, I afraid rain. 2 hours of rain and I need $4 million. Look, this is the Honorable Roberts, you didn't have rain this weekend once. I come down without rain, but so if it had rain. Mr. Speaker, I myself felt sorry one time, you know. I said, hey, last boy, more we do things on that road, more we see things to do. One of those lead people on the project, he said to me, if we could deal with that road, there's nothing we couldn't take on. And these are not people who have not worked in all parts of the world. That is the thing that had me. These are not people to say local contractors. These are people who have worked on all parts of the world on different projects. And you are saying to me, if you all could master that road in Cassie Bruce, you all can face anything. That makes us be more grateful again, Mr. Speaker, to the government. And we are glad that this government didn't give us no old work. That is why they're in the plan, leave that out. Some people do that. I have been in this system for long enough. They come and they hook up a window, you telling them this is a windy area. Tell them they turn their black blood and window fall down. That government could have done the same thing. No, this is what the plan is, and we are going according to the plan. That was not included. Let's move on. We are so happy that this Dominican Labour Party administration didn't give us no old work or no patch-up work. And I come back again, no coal boots. They didn't give us no tight piece there, fixed piece there, patch piece there, cotton piece. No. They made sure that they addressed the vulnerability and all the hazards. Mr. Speaker, now, when rain, there's little, so far, so good. There's little or no issues to address. Hallelujah. Not true? Hallelujah, we? Because I'm telling you, 1 hour of rain, and I'd be calling Minister Grant about heavy equipment. So far, so good. Nobody's talking about dust now. Pakatana in here. No, you're not hearing anything about dust. Now is PALREP. I made it from Roseau in 35 minutes. Boy, when they set up the piece, from Pocasset PALREP, I tell you 25 or 30. Mr. Speaker, you don't know the number of times I have to say, no boy, go easy on the road, boy. We don't need no accidents and death on that road, you know. The number of times I have to say that. So, Mr. Speaker, while I continue to plead the blood of Jesus on our road, there's some people saw me praying there. They had my name all over the place as if I was committing a sin. While I continue to plead the blood of Jesus on our road, and as his angels to secure it and take charge, I look at the camera to say that one, I continue to ask our people to go easy on the nice road, boy. I know they're watching and they'll watch when they're replaying. Go easy on the nice road. Mr. Speaker, it's not about nice alone. Ease up on shocks and tires, I can tell you that. I'm a vehicle owner too. Smoother ride for patients on ambulance. Mr. Speaker, before the doctor called the hospital, ambulance on the way, they have to be ready at the hospital, you know, because the patient will reach. They have to make preparation fast, not like before. Mr. Speaker, the value and beauty this project is bringing have improved our image as people from the Cassie Bruce constituency. Economic activities. People just come into Cassie Bruce for the driveway. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't there when those people were walking, talking about Shime de Bouanchan, I wasn't there. I wasn't there when they had to put things on a boat and take it to Roseau, and sometimes people die because they were sick before they got to Roseau. I was not there, but I was there when one time a year you go in Roseau, and that is Christmas. And you have to listen for when the rooster crow at 3 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, because the truck leaving at 4. So you have to wake up for it to drink a little warm thing and get ready for the truck. Mr. Speaker, you on truck from 4 a.m. for you to reach Roseau 7 a.m. I was there. I was also there when we had improvements, when we could leave Cassie Bruce at 6 a.m. to get there for 8 a.m. I was there. And Mr. Speaker, I am so glad that we have gone and we have grown, that I am here, that I can leave Cassie Bruce at 7 o'clock. And if everything go, okay, let's take it on a Sunday morning, because sometimes when the tourist ship there, you know, you're a little obstruction. I can leave I left Cassie Bruce one Sunday morning. I left Cassie Bruce at 7 o'clock, and I was on time for the remembrance service long before we began. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have to go on no truck and wake up 4 o'clock. So this is how far we have come. And sometimes we have to remind people of how behind we were. I don't think nobody can refer to any part of Dominica as behind God back again. If you think you're saying that is because you're not living in Dominica, there's no part we can say that. But we have to sometimes think of where we were and how far we've come. And let us be thankful for where we are, knowing that we still have so much further to go. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say nothing again about NEP. At NEP there, when I think I started my discussion with that, I want to express thanks to all the cabinet colleagues for your work. I want to say that we work as a good team. We not only complement each other about how nice we look, but we also complement each other where the other ministry is supposed to do something to help you. The complementary with the I and the complementary with the E. So we do that, and I want to compliment you for your work. I want to give high commendation to our leader for his leadership. And I want to say supplementary appropriation is a kind of a thing like a financial band-aid to cover unexpected cost of revenue shortfalls. Some people must understand that well. Sometimes we do it at home too, and we don't call it that. We say the little money we had there, we're going to take out something in it. So we send it at home. But when it comes to the financial ministry, supplementary appropriation, Mr. Speaker, if you're not doing anything, there's no need. You're not doing anything, so you're not even using what you have, but just to go and look for extra. So, but when you are working, when you are getting things done, when you're responding to the needs of the people, this is a normal, and this is an arrangement that is there for just that, as long as the money is well spent. So for this reason, I wholeheartedly support this supplementary appropriation. Thank you.
So, Honorable Hippolyte. So I can say Lockhart Hippolyte.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct, Speaker.
So you are recognized. You may proceed, Honorable Lockhart Hippolyte. Nice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you said that with a smile. So I know you really love the surname Lockhart Hippolyte, and I must use it more often. And I should probably even sign on my official documents Lockhart Hippolyte as opposed to Lockhart only. But Mr. Speaker, I want to bid a very good afternoon to everyone in this house, Dominicans, and especially the constituents of Roseau South. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the supplementary appropriation here before us because I believe that what is embedded in the supplementary appropriation is worthwhile interventions that the government has made. I want to speak about the NEP program. Mr. Speaker, there are times that we come to this house every time we speak about the National Employment Program. We give the statistics. I believe the Minister, Honorable Cozier, gave us some figures earlier on, and I'm not too sure if the parliamentary opposition, they were not listening, Mr. Speaker. They're always on their phones, either they're on their laptops, and probably they missed it. Okay, like we're seeing right now, if the camera zoom, they will see that they're on their phones, so they don't listen. 62 NEP interns, Mr. Speaker, in this period were moved on to permanent jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reiterate, 62. So some of them were placed in the private sector, some in the public sector. And Mr. Speaker, if we were to keep on, if we were to keep the people under the NEP and we continue adding, this figure would be much more, Mr. Speaker. So that says that we are doing an extremely good job, this government. We created the National Employment Program because we saw the need for the people who were in the communities, many of them unemployed, Mr. Speaker. And I really love the way Honorable Grohl, how he put it so nicely, that when you pay an NEP worker, the money goes right back into the economy. Either the person uses the money to pay a bus fare, to patronize a shopkeeper, to purchase clothes or something for their children, Mr. Speaker. And you see, we have to understand, these are people who never received any source of income before. Any source of income. And now they have the ability to receive as a result of the policy decision of this Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And so we have been doing an extremely good job. And we have to understand there are different, the NEP has different stratas. You have those under the beautification and cleanup. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all the NEPs throughout the island. Throughout the island. Because during the tourism season, our NEP workers went above and beyond, Mr. Speaker, the call of duty. I saw the Soufriere team in action, the Grand Bay team in action, right? The Roseau South team, those from Silver Lake, from Emsall, from Bath Estate. I would not have seen the Cassie Bruce team. They were in the East, Mr. Speaker. But I'm speaking about those I saw. And they worked extremely hard to ensure that the country was clean to receive our people, Mr. Speaker. So let us give the NEP, man. Let's not belittle the NEP. Let's give the NEP a big round of applause, Mr. Speaker. We also have those who are in the public sector, and we have those in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And some of these people have moved on to permanent engagement, both in the private and in the public sector. Now, I heard Senator Reid, Mr. Speaker, and you see, these are people, she's an intelligent person, she works at the credit union, and I expect her to know about loans and how loans work. Mr. Speaker, we must not give people the impression that it's only NEP people that need co-signers. We must not give people that impression. When I started working at the Dominica State College in 2003, my starting salary was $1,002. I wanted my little loan. The banks want to ensure that when you are able to pay, and if anything happens, Mr. Speaker, you have somebody that could pay for you. And so therefore, I needed to go and get my poor little grandmother to come down to sign for me. When I wanted to buy my first vehicle, Mr. Speaker, Nissan Sunny. So it's a nice blue Nissan Sunny. I don't know why the color wasn't red, but it was blue. Right? A blue Nissan Sunny. I had to go and get my grandmother again, Mr. Speaker, to co-sign. She loved me, Mr. Speaker. She loved me. My grandmother loved me dearly. So she co-signed for me, so I was able to purchase my vehicle. So I could move around, go to work, and even drop her to her doctor's appointment and to church and to retreat house, Mr. Speaker. So we must not give people the impression that it's only NEP workers that need people to co-sign. And I know several NEPs who have gotten loans from the Central Credit Union, where Miss Senator Reid works, at the NCCU, at the NBD, Mr. Speaker. I have to caution at Big Edge, at courts, and I have to caution some of my NEPs to tell them, look, some of these interest rates are too high, best you go this way, best you go that way, and that sort of thing, Mr. Speaker. So we really must not try to mislead people, Mr. Speaker, about this. Mr. Speaker, in the area of housing, this is the only party in Dominica, in the region, and in the world that have given people houses free of charge, Mr. Speaker. Free of charge. We have improved the lives and livelihoods of so many people. The Minister of Housing recently gave 69 people at the Windsor Park Stadium their letters, Mr. Speaker. Previous to that, we were at Bellevue, handing over letters to as well, Mr. Speaker, to people. We listen to the testimonies of those who are now in a comfortable and a more resilient housing, Mr. Speaker. How they are so thankful for it. One lady from Fonkole said she never thought she would have come out in the community center. And today she's sleeping in peace and in comfort at her home. What is better than that, Mr. Speaker? What's better than that? All over this country, we are giving people homes. And I heard my good friend, Senator Paul, speak to housing. She's still the leader of the opposition. No, yes. Don't answer, you see. She spoke to housing for her constituency. And Senate, I have no issues with you advocating on behalf of your constituents. But I am certain that the record will show that people in your constituency were given assistance to repair and to renovate and to construct their homes. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question because they love to ask, we always reply, but this time I want to change things around. I want to ask our senator, the PAL rep for the Salisbury constituency, some questions. How many people homes were destroyed in Salisbury? Okay. How many are still homeless? How many people need repairs? How many new homes do you need? So these are things as a PAL rep, that information, you should have had that file under your arm. Because when you're presenting in Parliament, you have to be able to give us the proper information. And so I'm hoping next time, Honorable Paul, you'll be a little more prepared to answer me, so you have a little homework to go and do. Because right? So these are the questions that I've asked. I think I've asked you 4 questions here. Very simple questions. Very simple questions. And the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, I do not want anybody to believe that this Dominica Labour Party government is targeting Salisbury in any way, shape, or form. Because we have constituencies here who have not gotten apartment units. And it's not because that we do not want to. Have you identified a suitable land location where we could construct an apartment in Salisbury? I can tell you of my challenges in Roseau South. In Roseau South, I had to move from street to street, from village to village, looking and searching for land. And I got land right in the hills of Egliston, where we have the most beautiful apartment. Because if you're a PAL rep just now, you can sit down there, and just come to Parliament and say they haven't built anything for the people of Salisbury and that sort of thing. You have to go and do the work. You have to go on the ground in Salisbury, and you have to identify the lot and bring your report to the Minister of Housing. I am sure the Minister of Housing will see you, she will meet with you, she'll speak to you, and you all can come to some sort of conclusion on that. Okay, Honorable Paul? So let's do that. Let's do that. Because if I know my leader very well, Salisbury will definitely not be left behind. Not. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on, I don't think I have touched on it, my last topic, electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, some people ask for things, and when they ask for it, they get it, then they find a problem with it, or they don't want it because they realize that they do not want, it's a lot of work, and probably they do not have the time or the capacity or the ability to do the work. People were lamenting that dead people were voting. So Bernie got up. Bernie, you know, there's a movie, right, Bernie. And Bernie walked to the polling station, and Bernie voted in the last election. And Bernie went back long in the grave when the music stopped. So dead people were voting. They said the list was bloated. There were so many people on the list. They said people were voting for other people, Mr. Speaker. So my sister is Shelana Lockhart. She don't mind I call her name. She maybe would be happy, Mr. Speaker, I call her name. Parliament. I'm Shakira, so I went and I voted for Shelana. And I still went and I voted for myself. Mr. Speaker, these were all the allegations that the opposition was bringing forth in the public. We said, okay, let us try to work together. Let us bring everybody to the table. There were several consultations across the country. We came to Parliament. We provided the necessary legislation. And Mr. Speaker, the train has left the station. We are here today. We gave them what they wanted. People went. They are going, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you Roseau South is doing quite well in terms of the confirmation exercise. And people are going into the registering offices, and they're getting confirmed, the confirmation centers. They're bringing in their witnesses, and they're bringing their IDs, Mr. Speaker. Now, lo and behold, I don't understand. I do not understand, Mr. Speaker. Why would somebody want to use a birth certificate as an ID? Nowhere around the world, Mr. Speaker. Not even at the Central Cooperative Credit Union, Mr. Speaker. You can use a birth certificate to open an account. You need a passport, social security card, a driver's license. And they're still asking, Mr. Speaker, for proof of address, you know, at the Central Cooperative Credit. I'm a member. Oh, you paid my account now. You paid. I'll stop saving money there. You paid me. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, people are confirming, and so they require their IDs and to bring their witness along with them, and the process is going quite nicely. I do not understand why some people are having difficulty, Mr. Speaker. It's a very easy process. You go into the center, it will take you about 5 minutes to get confirmed. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the money that was spent for people for the equipment that was purchased to facilitate that process. And Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that before the month end, I can flash my voter's ID card. I want my voter's ID card. So, Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging all Dominicans to go and get confirmed. Go out and get confirmed. Protect your right to vote because our forefathers fought for that right, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wholeheartedly support the supplementary appropriation that's before us. Thank you very much.
I stood up first.
Yes, so my eyes fell on Honorable Charles Pemberton, then Honorable Defoe, then Honorable Paris, but no, because maybe right-handed, so yeah, that's why.
Actually, Speaker,
No, no, no. No, 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 no.
don't worry,
So,
I'm going to be very
Honorable
short.
Pemberton, you may proceed. Honorable Defoe, if you want, you could yield to Honorable Paris if you want. Yeah, yeah, but that's how I saw it.
Yes, go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution to the supplementary estimates before this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, so no need to worry, Senator Delbert. I think the colleagues who have presented so far on this side of the House has done an excellent job. And the Minister of Finance himself gave you all the information that you need to understand why this money was spent. And may I say that every dollar spent in this supplementary estimates is money well spent in the economy to empower people, to upgrade our infrastructure, to protect lives, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that every Dominican can live in a safe and resilient home, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, once we talk about safe and resilient home, Mr. Speaker, I really don't want us to underestimate the value of the housing revolution under the Dominican Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have to continue to echo this, Mr. Speaker, because the impact on an ordinary person's life, we never thought they would own a home, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. And words are not even sufficient to explain the joy that people feel, Mr. Speaker, when they're handed their keys. So hats off to our visionary leader, Mr. Speaker, and our very passionate Minister of Housing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that every home that has to be completed, especially by Christmas, Mr. Speaker, will be done, Mr. Speaker, because she gave a report in the last House how many homes we're expecting to hand over by Christmas. And I know that my loving people in Soufriere, especially the residents of Point Michel, are waiting for their turn and their keys to their beautiful home, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why I really wanted to spend a little time on housing, Mr. Speaker, because people like to talk about a government in power for 25 years. And, you know, they say all sorts of things. But they don't focus on the development and transformation of Dominica over the time Labour has been in power, despite all challenges. And I want to say that when I reflected on the Soufriere constituency, my constituents were voting the Dominican Freedom Party from 1975, Mr. Speaker. So they voted in 1975 for freedom, 1980, 1985, 1990, 1995, 2000, Mr. Speaker. 30 years of supporting the Dominican Freedom Party. Let's go to the Soufriere constituency. Let's go to Point Michel, Galio, Soufriere, and Scottsdale, and show me one house, one home built by the Dominican Freedom Party in that constituency. And here you are today, that this loving, caring government is not just building a house, you know, Mr. Speaker. You have seen some of the housing projects in some islands. Some of them are on slabs. Some of them are just wooden homes. We are building concrete roofs, resilient 3-bedroom homes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people are so appreciative. I was talking to one of my constituents who got a home in Scottsdale. And she told me, Parep, come up and see. You know, you need to come up to Bourgeois City. I said, but where is Bourgeois City? Mr. Speaker, I don't have any place. She told me, no, in your housing area, Mr. Speaker, that is how we're calling it, Bourgeois City. And come and see how we have decorated our homes for Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Lights are on, Mr. Speaker. That is the pride and the joy, the peace of mind. These were families in Carson Canal, there in Scottsdale, Mr. Speaker, taking sea baths, who lived in fright every night and every time it rained, since after Maria. Because before Maria, they loved to live by the seaside. But after Maria, nobody wants to live by the sea. When they saw what that storm did and the damage to that village, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must never underestimate the impact that we're having on vulnerable families in Dominica. And I can see how even the children, Mr. Speaker, are so proud. They have a safe home. They can go to school and boast of their house. They have lights, they have water, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is why the Dominican Labour Party And I know there are some people who are waiting for their turn, Mr. Speaker. You heard the member of Salisbury speak about she waiting for a turn for Salisbury. I too have plenty of people still waiting, you know, because over 148 families were impacted by the storms in my constituency, and I have only built, about 60-something homes, so I'm not even 50%. Although we spend millions in repairing homes, Mr. Speaker. But I agree with Honorable Hippolyte, let us do our homework, because it is okay to advocate and say you want more help. But to say you never got help after Hurricane Maria. My brother Shanks SP was listening because the Minister of Housing is always saying, Mr. Dennis, how can the member for Salisbury say we never got help? 300,000 was spent to build washroom facilities in Salisbury. 1.2 million was dispersed after Hurricane Maria to repair homes, and 3 homes were built in your constituency. So it is okay to say, you're the power rep, you have to represent your people, but let's start with the facts. Say this has been done, but I want more. And as the Honorable said to you, this is how you get more. You do a report, you go on the ground to see how many families are still impacted and still need help. And then you go and make an appointment with the Minister of Housing. It's not only in Parliament you can do representation. You have how many days in a month, how many hours in a day. Do your work, so don't wait for just Parliament to do representation. Go and meet the Minister of Housing. That's some advice Honorable Hippolyte gave to you, because even me as a Parliament, it's not the Minister of Housing that doing my assessment for me. I am doing my work. Even if I'm the Minister of Tourism, I am first the Parliament or the people of Sufure. So I have to make sure I continuously go on the ground to assess their situation so I can submit my priority list for housing, Mr. Speaker. So that's how it is done, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the NEP to correct some of the misinformation that we heard from the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. But I just wanted to share a couple of stories of the NEP. That is, when I reflect on how impactful these programs are and how the Roosevelt-Skerrit-led Dominica Labour Party government is truly changing people's lives, empowering them. And sometimes people take that for granted, but I don't. I value these programs because I see the impact on people. And it's easy to talk about a program, but when you are not connected to the people that it impacts, you speak about it like it's a pie in the sky. Like, you want to say, revamp the NEP. But you haven't understood how it has improved the quality of life of some ordinary people, Mr. Speaker, who would not have been gainfully employed if it wasn't for that program. And I can give you an example of a young man in Point Michel. He was about in his 30s when he came to me. He had a disability. He couldn't learn in school, Mr. Speaker. So he had never held a job, Mr. Speaker. He was dependent on his family. And he came to me one day, Parep, and he said, Parep, I would like to join the NEP program. His family were not even supporters of the government, because that's another thing they say. Only Labour Party supporters get jobs on the NEP. Not true. His family were not supportive. And I know if they said, don't vote for Dennis Charles Pemberton, you may not. But recognizing his situation and having known him all my life, I said, I'm going to give you a chance. Mr. Speaker, the other day I met the young man and he's smiling and the younger man telling me he's going to be a father. I said, Mr. Speaker, the man did not have a job. He didn't even have a girlfriend. And now he's going to be a father. And told me he went to the credit union to take a little loan, Mr. Speaker, to prepare to buy things for his girlfriend, Mr. Speaker, because he's expecting a baby, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NEP made the man a man, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have another young man that had a serious motor vehicle accident. Very talented young man, but as a result, he had a disability, he couldn't walk very well. So it became a challenge for him to get gainful employment, Mr. Speaker. So I added him under the program, Mr. Speaker, and because of that, Mr. Speaker, he's able to buy food and buy his medication and take care of himself, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, he'd be at home, depressed, Mr. Speaker. That is what the NEP is doing for ordinary lives. And I can boast here to you, I say it all the time. A few years ago in Point Michel, You couldn't sleep at night, you know, Mr. Speaker. Everybody had to be a watchman because there were a gang of fellas going around with masks and breaking and opening to people's homes, vandalizing people's property, stealing from people. Theft was a serious problem in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, today, ask the Minister of National Security, no more. Because every person who wants to work can get a job under the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. They don't need to go and steal people's property, Mr. Speaker. They are earning their own income, Mr. Speaker. And that is power to the people. That is what the NEP program is doing every day, empowering people, Mr. Speaker. People who normally not have an opportunity, but because of the brilliance of the Dominican Labour Party, now can earn their own income and don't need to let people things burn their eyes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have crime in this constituency, we barely. And the minister can give you the stats. I wish I had carried it with me so I could share how crime has reduced in my constituency from 15 years ago to today, Mr. Speaker. It's a powerful story of transformation because of the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about electoral reform, and Honorable Hippolyte did a fabulous job in saying when people labor guy, they want things, they ask for things, but they're not ready to do the work, Mr. Speaker. And in that regard, I want to thank my teams who are working with me and assisting me to get people confirmed and prepared for confirmation. Because it's one thing to say you want something, but you have to be prepared to do the work. People have heard about electoral reform, but there are many people who still don't understand what they have to do. Mr. Speaker, I was talking to a family and I said, have you gone to confirmed? Now, because we were checking on people to make sure everybody had the ID when the confirmation process started, the person thought that by just saying they have an ID, they had confirmed, Mr. Speaker. So there is a lot of misunderstandings. So you have to take your time as a representative and still go and explain what the confirmation process is, Mr. Speaker. Some people have their IDs, but they don't realize that they have to go to a center, Mr. Speaker. So it's a lot of work involved, Mr. Speaker, to educate our people. And people who offer themselves for service have to be prepared to do their work. It's nice to come to Parliament, you know, when you're in the opposition and you can just talk and fire shots. It's another thing to go in the constituency and to work on behalf of the people and meet with them and listen to them and educate them. It requires patience, it requires time. And some of the people who are in here are not prepared to do so, Mr. Speaker. They just want to hear. Some people, I said, no, not a Charles. You're Charles, you're a hardworking man. I can never say that about you, Charles. Naturally hardworking man. But there are some people who want to unseat you that are not prepared to do the work like you have been doing for the people of Marigot. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Dominican people are wise, and that is why they continue to put their trust and faith in the Dominican Labour Party administration, because they know that we care about them. We don't just say it. People can see us and meet us every day. And don't talk about our Prime Minister. We're in the Caribbean, you travel, that you can just go and expect to see a Prime Minister any day of the week, Mr. Speaker. That is the kindness and the humility of the man we have at the helm, Mr. Speaker. And I just traveled in the region. I was even surprised, even seeing members of Parliament and parliamentarians and representatives in some countries near us. It's not something the people are used to, Mr. Speaker. The people elect people to represent them and see them in the next 5 years. They don't even hear from them sometimes. And here it is in Dominica. We are always available for the people to meet them, Mr. Speaker. That is the kind of people you have on this side of the house, Mr. Speaker. And we'll always continue to do our best for the people of Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your mic. Yes, Senator Parrish, you are recognized.
Thank you,
You may
Mr. Speaker.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other parliamentary colleagues, good afternoon. It's already night. No, it's not night time. Plenty time. Mr. Speaker, for a brief moment, I'd like to make some contributions to supplementary estimates that's currently before the House for debate. I think there's a misconception that is trying to be promoted that you have the option to disagree of whether government spending on critical items is debatable, on whether the money spent is actually well spent. I don't think anybody here on this side or on that side thinks that. But I hear it coming out in the sentiment that, people don't understand what is supposed to happen with a supplementary estimate or what a supplementary estimate is. I don't think that's the issue. And I don't think we should turn this process into something that the Parliament should approach as a routine operation. We just come and we say a lot of fancy things, and then we just vote ayes have it, as is would happen, and just move along. I don't think that is the point of this approval process. It is not to simply go ahead and vote and say yes and approve. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the money is already spent. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the money is probably well spent. That's not the process that this was intended for. It was intended for scrutiny. It was intended for debate. It was intended for the administration to come and say, hey, this is what we're seeking approval for, but this is the justification of why we needed to do it. It's already done, but this is the justification. We must not treat scrutiny and transparency as if it is treason. It is not. Well, who the cap draw the string? But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a healthy process that should encourage debate. And according to the Prime Minister, if we're looking for all hands on deck, having some more transparency would help. Having more documentation would help. Having more justification, as is required by the Constitution and the Financial Act, right? That would help, because that's what you need for all hands on deck. Mr. Speaker, you have a little thing by there. Please, Mr. Speaker, I'm begging. I don't know if it's late in the afternoon, people getting a little restless, But Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here. And if according to the leader of Parliament, we want all hands on deck. Because it must be Dominica first, Minister. You agree with me? Yeah, but how are we going to do that without information? How are we going to do that without knowing? By asking us to do it without having information and providing the opportunities for adequate scrutiny, you're asking us to rubber stamp things without knowing, and that is improper governance. And I don't think you would support that. So, Mr. Speaker, Dominica first, all hands on deck. We need some more information. Mr. Speaker, maybe it might be in the purview of the House to create some more meetings where we can actually sit down and go through these things. Where we can actually sit down and go through a questioning process. And I mean, it's not just for people on the side of the House, because there are people on the other side who I hear seeing some things that, well, I don't know, you probably need to sit down and have a little congregation first before they say that publicly. Right, Mr. Speaker? But it would help. Because at the end of the day, opposition or not, this side or that side, all hands on deck. Dominica first. Right? Mr. Speaker, let's talk about electoral reform. All right? See that a large amount of money is being spent here on paying some vendors for the electronic system and voter ID cards. Right? Very good. But Mr. Speaker, if we can spend that amount of money here on this item, what is preventing us, or I should say the Electoral Commission, of which none of us are a part, right? What is preventing the Electoral Commission from adhering to Section 17 of the newly passed Registration of Electors Act? And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would quote, "There shall be continuous registration of persons qualified under this act to be registered as electors." Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, since the law has been passed, registration has stopped. continuous registration has stopped. The Electoral Commission put out a press release that doesn't give us any timelines, that doesn't give us any dates, and in my view, doesn't give adequate information for why continuous registration, according to Section 17 of the law, has stopped, or according to the press release, was paused. Mr. Speaker, under what law, what section of the law gives the Commission the authority to do that? What section of the law gives the Commission the authority to do that? Mr. Speaker, in the relevance of this, I'm saying they have the ability to ask and request assistance under the act that they have, and under the system. They can ask. The excuses that are being given is not adequate. And we have these processes to facilitate the Independent Electoral Commission. And as the Prime Minister said earlier this morning, whether we agree with them or not, we have to respect their independence and promote it. But it does not prevent us from scrutinizing the decisions that they make, particularly if it affects people who want to enforce their right to be on the voters' register once they are eligible to do so, and when the time comes to participate in an electoral process. There's a problem there, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think the Electoral Commission has adequately answered that. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you know what is beautiful about this? Both sides of the House agree on this issue. I heard the Prime Minister in his press conference recently where he elaborated on the same issue. Mr. Speaker, I probably won't be as surgical today. Probably not going to be as surgical today, but I won't be long. I won't be long. All right? So that's one issue. Mr. Speaker, Dominica first, all hands on deck. It's not about party. It's not about this side versus that side. And of course, people have their differences, but we have to put our hands together because all hands on deck. Dominica first. No, that I am quoting the Honorable Prime Minister. That was from his presentation this morning. Mr. Speaker, but listen. $28 million for the Dominica Grammar School. In July of this year, we spoke about the Dominica Grammar School. Boy, you know that. And a number of questions were asked, and they were not responded to. So, Mr. Speaker, for those in the back, and for the people that didn't hear, this year, we had a catastrophic event happening at the Dominica Grammar School. A project that has far exceeded its initial project allocation. We have exceeded by far the amount that this project had the price tag on when it was started. All right? Mr. Speaker, but there was a catastrophic event that happened this year. We are seeing here, and this money wasn't spent, this money was probably spent before that catastrophic event, to be fair and transparent. So we're expecting to see more money coming. But Mr. Speaker, why isn't anybody talking about that event? Where is the forensic engineering report that was promised? Minister, you were the acting Prime Minister at the time. I heard your press release. Don't let me down. Don't make me feel bad. Where's the report? Who is responsible, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we cannot teach and demonstrate to the public of Dominica that when things go wrong, we sweep it under the carpet. Well, they don't have carpet, it's tile. We cannot teach our people, particularly our young people, that things can happen, but because, depending on who it is, that will just go away. Who was responsible for it? How are we demonstrating to people and building confidence in the public that, hey, something went wrong, we looked at what went wrong, corrective measures were taken, the responsible parties were made to be accountable, and we are moving on. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's Dominica first. All hands on deck. We have to do things together. When it comes to Dominica and defending our country, there's no sides.
True.
It's all one thing. Of course, we have differences of opinion, but Dominica belongs to us and is ours to defend. So you cannot tell me we're using our own money to beat ourselves and we're not holding people accountable. That is not transparency. And every one of us can agree that we deserve better than that, and we deserve to do better than that. The future of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, while we agree with the appropriation, Mr. Speaker, you think anybody is going to stand here? You think anybody is going to stand here and disagree that the police welfare service, after the negotiation, shouldn't get $1.7 million to take care of the police and the security people of the armed forces in Dominica? Absolutely not. Everybody wants to support that. You think where the young people under the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports and Community Development to supplement the amount budgeted for the financial year 2024-2025, you think anybody can disagree with that? You cannot disagree with that. That is not where we are at variance at. That's not what we are discussing. We're not discussing things that help to support people. We're saying, give us enough information so we can agree properly. Because here's what you don't want, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're a man, you have teams. You've built teams around the world. And you came back and you're building teams here. You've done that your entire life. You don't want yes men on your team. You want men that when they agree with you and they support you, that they solidly can do it from a place of information and competence. You don't want people that wishy-washy around you. Let's not get us wishy-washy. The Minister of Energy saying it's the asphalt problem. But Minister, you have to understand, I don't really deal with asphalt. I'm a concrete man. Minister, I don't really deal with asphalt, so I wouldn't know if it's the asphalt. What I'm saying is that I'm a concrete man. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that I am making is that we have issues. And this process is not a process for rubber stamping and eyes have it, we go upstairs, we have some snacks, and we go home. No, that is not the purpose of the parliament. The purpose of the parliament is to scrutinize those things. Is to look at the details. And I heard what the Minister of Finance said, and he did a good job always. Nobody can ever dispute whether the Minister of Finance does a good job, but that's not what you want. That's not what the process is about. The process is about going through this thing, encouraging healthy debate. You know, one of the reasons healthy debate is important, Mr. Speaker? Healthy debate is important because that's where you get new ideas.
Correct.
That's how you learn how to mitigate against some of the things that we obviously didn't see.
And the recommendation.
That's the benefit of scrutiny. That's the benefit of debate. To ensure that you can hear a different idea. And you can build the confidence and you can build on the blocks that you have. So you know what will happen? Next year, we don't have the same problem. That is the purpose of this exercise. That is the purpose of this exercise, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must not treat this process as if it's something routine. We come, we say a bunch of stuff, everything is nice, and then we just vote and go. That's not the process. That's not the purpose of it. We must not treat the process as if we must not treat the process as if it's something. Mr. Speaker, we have the Minister of Tourism, and the Minister of Security is over there shouting about birth paper. I will get to the birth paper issue though. I don't know what birth paper do them. I don't know if they don't know where to get it. They don't buy the treasury or they're getting that, you know. $20 for one. And it's not the pink one, it's the electronic one we're using now. So this birth paper thing only shouting, I don't know why all the birth paper troubling all. But Mr. Speaker, moving on. But Mr. Speaker, moving on.
See, I'm lost on the birth paper matter.
But Mr. Speaker, me too. I don't know what they're talking about birth paper. Because, Mr. Speaker, here's the difficulty. And I was hearing something the other day, some people talking about birth paper and so. And I always caution people, Mr. Speaker, that before you speak, you have to have the right information. And that's why I said, Mr. Speaker, earlier in my presentation, that even in the House, some people don't seem to have the right information. And the minister was right earlier when she mentioned that this process is very confusing to many people, and many people don't understand. Mr. Speaker, as part, as part of the electoral confirmation process, there's no birth paper issue, there's no birth paper option. So I don't know where people get that. I don't know where people get that. And I hear members in the House shouting birth paper now. I don't know if they join a birth paper bandwagon. I don't know what is going on, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence to explain part of the process, Mr. Speaker, for the listening public and for my colleagues on the other side. Because, Mr. Speaker, in SRO 27 that was passed in July of this year, a birth paper was supposed to accompany every form of identification that you would have brought to the confirmation center. So people talking about birth paper, I don't know where they get that. Because in SRO 27, if you had your passport, you would still have to bring your birth paper. Even if you had your driver's license, you would have still had to have your birth paper. Your social security, you would have still had to bring your birth paper. Maybe they're trying to refer to the option that deals with the affidavit of identity, which also includes a birth paper, right? But Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop there. It also includes a written affidavit of identity, 2 passport photographs, your birth paper, and a witness. For poor people. No, I was just helping my colleagues. I hear them shouting birth paper. So with the indulgence of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence for a little protection, please, because this is getting out of hand, and I find we was having a good meeting all the
So
while.
please
We
allow
was having a good sitting all the while.
the honorable senator to speak.
The members on the other side were
Yes.
not behaving like that all along.
Yes.
I don't know what has gotten into them. I don't know if it's something in the AC.
And
I don't know.
But you are making them laugh. I don't know. The
Making
birth
them laugh,
paper.
Mr. Speaker, another-
No, the
Look,
birth
I have my
paper.
birth paper, wait.
Okay.
The electronic one. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, I am glad the members have a sense of humor and we can make light of some situations. But on a more serious note, on behalf of the people of Dominica, I'll take this process seriously. And Mr. Speaker, this is something I heard one of the ministers saying that she has to bring a paper to stop the thing, and this translating thing, which I think is a good thing. It means I have to go and brush up on my my Creole now. But Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at these processes where we can start sharing more information, where we can start sharing more ideas. There can be more transparency and more avenues for scrutiny, not to derail the system or to criticize it unproductively, but to ensure that at the end of the day, when we come out of this process, it is Dominica first, and all hands on deck. Because the people of Dominica, their lives are affected by what happens in here. And it is worthwhile for us to be more responsible and for the decisions that we make in here to come from a very informed and confident place. I think that's what we deserve. And I think for the future of our children and our children's children, to ensure that they can inherit a Dominica with pride. Let us treat transparency, and let us treat scrutiny, and let us treat oversight, let us treat checks and balances with the dignity that it deserves and the responsibility that it deserves. So that when the history of Dominica is rewritten and all of our hands and our fingerprints are in it, we can be proud of the work that we did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Defoe, are you comfortable where you are? Okay. You are recognized. You may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and to members of this honorable House. As I begin, Mr. Speaker, I know we've had a lot of exchanges from the colleagues on both sides while you were speaking, but I don't want to occupy myself too much. I think, the Senator Paris, the reason why I heard members say, but what is he thinking about? But perhaps this is when your deliberation is preconceived before you came in. And it was up in your head, and you were hoping that this side would have made the mistakes and say a lot of unnecessary things this morning. But unfortunately, you're so disappointed that it was not. Now you have to give the rebuttal that is crammed in your head like when you go into high school, so you have to deliver it, regardless that this side, and so this is why our side perhaps was not too in tune and understanding where this ranting was coming from. But I just, in my humble words, I perceive this is what may have happened. So we shall continue, Mr. Speaker. I stand to give support to the supplementary appropriations of the past fiscal year, and it is in two parts, July to December and January to June 2025. And I think many of the colleagues have given explanation of actually what is supplementary appropriations, and these are spending in the past fiscal year perhaps that were not envisaged and for various reasons. As a family man, Mr. Speaker, I can say, well, this is an annual one, but I have a supplementary appropriations every single month, Mr. Speaker. Boy, having a wonderful 8-year-old, a 16-year-old, a beautiful wife, you cannot have supplementary appropriations. So, I mean, I know that all too well. So, but I will not speak on all aspects of the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker. I think there are some pertinent areas, and it is not about, and it is, you could see, it is well controlled. It's not even across all ministries. We have 8 ministries and two institutions or entities which are creatures of the Constitution. So they are not. So you make 10. There are 10 supplements. But I will begin with one which is very dear to my heart, and one which the Senator Blackmore spoke about, and very close to his heart too, which is of the appropriations for national security, personal emoluments for the hardworking police officers who are entrusted with the security of the state. And you would see that this was in the last fiscal year, because why? Their negotiations were first on board, and their negotiations were the first which was agreed upon. So most likely into 26, you would see perhaps supplementary for the public service and the other sectors. But this is to show you, Mr. Speaker, the seriousness and how much this Labour Party-led government gives so much credence to the Dominican police force and the security. And the very favorable terms were reached very early on with the police force, and with immediate effect that the appropriations were made so that their allocations could have been in advance than everybody else. So this is why in these appropriations you do not even see what was done for the rest of the public service, the nurses, the teachers, and the general public sector. And the reason why I say that, because in these days, Mr. Speaker, those of us who watch endlessly what is happening internationally, you're hearing the term for many countries now, sadly so, referred to as failed states. And what is the beginning of a failed state? What is the ingredient that creates a failed state, Mr. Speaker? To begin with, it is the breakdown and lack of security. And once you have lost the security, the safety of the populace in the country, then it creates a downward spiral which you cannot recover from. And all other aspects of the appropriations become impossible to maintain, to implement, to benefit from once we do not have security in a state. And right within the region, Mr. Speaker, I will not name names, but you can hear what is going on with some countries and the level of security and the threat by lawlessness. So youth emolument itself do not do all the entire trick throughout the chain of policing, but it creates the confidence in the police officers that they can earn enough, that they are satisfied with their wages, that would prevent them perhaps from again engage in other activities that would take them away from the policing, or even, I should say, compromise the policing, Mr. Speaker, because in any country, this is our first line of defense: the integrity of the police, the welfare of the police, the ability for them to be able to take care of themselves and their families. And even me, as a career public servant, I have never been jealous. A former career public servant, I have never been jealous of what I've been hearing the police get. And I heard Mr. Honorable Blackmore, I've been alluding to that. When you hear the police get 10 vehicles, you think in your department you do not have one. When you hear the police have a special insurance, you say to yourself, how come you don't have one? But we have all come to recognize that the extraordinary service that they provide when we are in our beds, they are out at sea, and everywhere else providing the security. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not go on long on that, but just to give my very stern support for the personnel, for the allocation that were made to really give the police officers the upgrades in the salary that they deserve and so on. And I will be equally as energetic and supportive of any future interventions when it becomes so necessary that we need to put these people in a space where it matches the occupation and the service that they provide. So this is it on the national security. There is an area which I heard only one of my colleagues touch on, and which I think is equally important, even though it touches just a very minuscule percentage of the supplementary appropriation. Actually, I even did a calculation because it's so small. It is something like 0.07%, which is a grant allocation I saw from the Saudi fund, which is for SAI implementation. And essentially, this is giving support to developing countries, auditing institutions or authorities. And why is that important, Mr. Speaker? No matter how good our leader is, the member from VCAS would go out and would have bilateral negotiations and with countries and institutions. But at the end of the day, when the initial negotiation is done and this institution comes, now the work begins. The real work begins in assessing the country. So they're going to assess many things. They're going to assess security. They're going to assess transparency. They're going to assess accountability. And all of the major organizations, financial does that. The IMF, the World Bank, and countries on their own. And so we see here a grant at no cost to the state from the Saudi fund that assists developing countries, investing in the auditing department. And I like that very much because the more efficient your audit department becomes, it is the easier they are able to furnish information, the easier they are able to give information on time, the easier it is for them to submit or publish reports that is stated in law or by the Constitution. And it is the more that the international community gives respect to you as a country. So it's not only the politicians and the love of the Prime Minister or the love of a member of Parliament, but it is your system in general that places your country in an area where you command respect, where we are able to contract loans on special drawing rights, on concessionary rates from the World Bank over and over again. It's not because they love someone so much, but they trust the system. And they trust the system, they trust the reporting, and they trust the transparency of the information that is coming from that country, so they trust our ability to be able to repay, Mr. Speaker. So it is a small contribution. It may be looked upon, but I didn't look over it. I saw it very early, and I saw the significance of it. Mr. Speaker, many have spoken on the National Employment Program, the allocation that is made. As you know, the National Employment Program is born out of a policy, and it is not really enshrined in the fabric of the public sector. So allocations have to be made periodically to be able to cover the cost. There are many things I can say, Mr. Speaker, but I will just speak to the area where I serve, which is a rural constituency. And in the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, the challenges often and opportunities, both challenges and opportunities, are very different to an urban area. And if you look around the world, Mr. Speaker, in most developed countries, Japan, and even emerging now, China and so on, you will notice in all of these countries there is a fundamental problem that they're trying to cope with now. That is the mass movement of people from the rural areas into the cities that burden the services of the cities and then creates a rippling effect in these communities where you are left with an aging population and do not have people to even support the services that are in the rural areas. You don't have school teachers, you don't have policemen, because everybody is living in the cities. What I have observed, Mr. Speaker, that the National Employment Program has done, especially in one specific area on the cleanup and beautification crew, that it has enabled many people in the rural areas to stay in this area, to stay in their villages, and be able to earn meaningfully, and then contribute themselves meaningfully to the economies of these rural areas. Because everybody cannot come to Roseau. You have to have many of the small shops. And who is going to patronize these small shops if people are not engaged, if people are not employed? And I can tell you, and we have a member on the other side who is an integral part of the Central Cooperative Union, but I can tell you this is what they have strengthened the strength of the Grand Bay Cooperative Credit Union. And that is why they themselves have not gone and joined anybody else, because they're so strong. Because if you see on a month end, Mr. Speaker, the amount of interns from the National Employment Program and Cleanup and Beautification, all the way from Martin, Tet, Mon, Bagatelle, and Fonsejean, Granby, descending there and taking what they need and leaving some there, thus supporting that institution, making it so strong in itself. I myself am a member there, so I know how strong it is. You understand? So all of these are additional benefits which people are not recognizing, that these people have an account, and by virtue of having an account, you know, compared to previously when they go into the council and get the money, that they are forced to leave something there instead of taking all of it. So all of these are social benefits, Mr. Speaker, that we get in addition to these people now earning an income. Before having maybe to depend on a spouse, now they can contribute meaningfully. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are many things we could say, and colleagues have touched on those employed in the private sector, the enabler for this program to be able to give you some work experience, that you can transition into another job when an opportunity comes in. And I tell you, the transition is real, Mr. Speaker. Even I myself is actively engaged all the time in transitioning people from the National Employment Program into full-term employment. To the extent that there is one particular community within my jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, my constituency, which I will not mention, but that I am even struggling to maintain the number of people now on the cleanup and beautification because it has dwindled so much. It is not that these people have retired, but they have transitioned into full-time jobs and many other areas. So the numbers have dwindled. So the truth of, you know, the NEP being an area where people come and become comfortable and so on, really it is not the full truth. But of course you have to recognize in every society you're going to have some people, for whatever reasons or circumstance, you know, which may not be their fault, you know, they will remain at a certain skill level and so on. And this provides them with a safety net to remain in the community, look after their children. They have time based on the work hours to prepare something for the children when they go to school. And also they have time to those who are grandmothers to look after the children of their children who may have other jobs in town and the city. So do not underestimate just by virtue of just salary, Mr. Speaker, but the entire social net which this creates, as I have just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I have to say something about the housing allocation, and the reason why I have to do so because I share a mammoth housing project with the member from Grand Bay, which is located in his jurisdiction in Centre Grand Bay, in the constituency of Grand Bay, and over 90 homes being built, almost complete, Mr. Speaker. A large portions are allocated to my constituents from Duwig who were moved since Tropical Storm Erica. So, I mean, I share significant benefits in this housing, and I can tell you that a large sum would have, of that budget would have gone to supporting this project, Mr. Speaker. And earlier on today, we spoke about the opportunity given to local and local contractors. And I wish to say that every contractor on this project, building homes, Mr. Speaker, are locals. But of course, you know, there are some, not all are on the same level. There are some which have fully completed their homes, and there are some which are still lagging behind. But I just want to use this opportunity to say to our local contractors, while you had advocated very strongly for jobs and to get the opportunity to do this sort of work instead of having foreign labor, and which we had sided with you and then we have gone the route, but there are some, you know, which lack some diligence. And we're asking them to pick up their socks and come back to the table and to be re-engaged in their jobs, because a lot of them have gotten paid. And if they are having issues, speak to the project managers, Mr. Speaker, because it is not really good for you to just exit a project without having completed or having discussion with the project managers and so on, because this in its terms now ripples into the effect that the individuals who are expecting to go home by a certain time are not able. So in the Grand Bay Center housing, we had anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that by December, you know, the residents there who were there before, because remember, there was a previous housing project, and these homes were demolished to build these new, more resilient homes, and these individuals have been out for a few years now, and rent being paid by the state, and it's all because that a lot of these projects are not yet completed that they cannot return. But we are hoping that by the end of December, Mr. Speaker, these people can return home, more than 90 resilient homes, and we'll have the opportunity now for additional people to benefit. So I heard the member from Salisbury, and I would like to share with her, every member on this side of the house have people that are yet to be touched. It is just about a checkbox, Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Minister for Housing has clearly articulated on a number of occasions. This is not the end of the housing revolution. The housing revolution continues. So every time we write out somebody, we're going to take on somebody new. So in these last 2 weeks, you would have seen more than 90 homes delivered, Mr. Speaker. And in the coming years, so we will make allocations until it doesn't matter. It will take us 10, 15 years until we have satisfactorily addressed the housing stock and everybody that is needy and everybody that is vulnerable. But I myself have my own submission, Mr. Speaker. I have done my own work, and I liaise with the Prime Minister, I liaise with the Minister of Housing, and I make my needs met just like everybody else. But as we say, Mr. Speaker, everything comes with time, everything comes with strategy, and it is a matter of ticking one box at a time. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other areas of interest at which you can say money was well spent, and this I appreciate that Honorable Senator Paris agreed with, that many of these places, this is no contest on the supplementary operations, that money was well spent. And we can see public works in ICT against facilitating the way in which business is done in the public sector. All of us can allude to the developments that are being made with e-payments and so on, so I'm not even going to delve in that. And so there are many other things, Mr. Speaker, but I think I have just touched on the points in which I think which was very pertinent and in some aspect very relevant to my own constituency and in Dominica in general. So, Mr. Speaker, I give my wholehearted support for the money that was spent under these supplementary appropriations, and I thank the technicians and the people from the Ministry of Finance who surgically, you know, monitor our country's finances, and they can report to us, and we can have transparency, and we can have accountability in the House of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Roberts, I recognize you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend support to the supplementary estimates as presented by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware as to why we are here. It's a demonstration of good governance, prudent management, and fiscal transparency. And we are committed as an accountable government to the people that we serve. It's an exercise that ensures that we remain responsive to the unforeseen expenditures, whilst at the same time fulfilling the mandate entrusted to us by the people of this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I saw the need to rise because after such a very successful independence celebration, after all the successes we have had in sports, I mean, this afternoon I came to my office and I had over 6 trophies because the youth, the sports officers came in because we won in the Caribbean Volleyball Association and we won these trophies. We got gold again and I was so happy to receive it. I am sorry that my dear colleague, Honorable Oscar George, is out of state because it would have been a wonderful opportunity for the two of us to pick up that trophy this afternoon. I made sure I put about 4 of them, 3 of them in his office so he can see it when he comes back. Thanks to the coach. Thanks to the coach. Good job. Mr. Speaker, also too, with all what is happening in the Ministry of Youth and the Youth Development Division, up to last week, we had a graduation of over 100 young people who graduated in basic sewing and small electronics repair, in Canva and Photoshop graphic design, QuickBooks, financial literacy, so many things, digital devices, digital literacy, and public speaking. So with all this, I felt the need to stand as the Minister for Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Development to look at our estimates here and explain where this $110,000 came about and how it was spent. Mr. Speaker, these adjustments, as was stated, were made regarding the personnel emoluments, which was essential for us supporting our most valuable assets, our public officers. Mr. Speaker, our youth sports officers play a vital role in promoting physical fitness, discipline, and teamwork among our students, contributing significantly to their overall holistic development. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, these activities provide positive outlets for our young people to cause them to steer away from negative influences. A substantial amount of this spending was secured for the continued contractual engagement of our youth sports officers to cover the salaries as well as transportation allowances for 10 of our sports officers at schools around the island. I am pleased to inform you, though, Mr. Speaker, that all these sports officers are now on permanent establishment. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, provision was also made for the permanent appointment of officers in various positions throughout the ministry. This included those in culture, sports, the cooperative sector, local government, and the youth division. Mr. Speaker, moving 14 officers, 14 qualified, dedicated individuals from temporary or contractual positions to permanent status is an investment in our workforce. Mr. Speaker, this improves staff morale. This improves retention. This provides job security and ensures job stability in key governmental functions. These appointments were necessary, Mr. Speaker, in building a resilient, professional, and motivated public service. Given these permanent appointments, these officers had to be paid at the salary which was approved, the salary scale, which was approved and is approved by establishment. Mr. Speaker, a significant portion of that money also was spent for the engagement of additional staff for the implementation of our ongoing BNTF 10 projects. Based on the agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank, there was a need to engage additional staff to assist in the implementation, identification, and formulation of all the sub-projects funded by the project. Mr. Speaker, timely and efficient project delivery is paramount. And so the spending was necessary at the time in order to drive these projects forward. And today, Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say that all the 7 projects have met the intended outcomes, and we have already begun to deliver the promised benefits to the people of the communities of Pebush, Trafalgar, Dalis, Warner, Clifton, and the Berean Christian Academy without any delays. Mr. Speaker, these supplementary estimates are not expenses. They are critical investments in our human capital and for the successful execution of our national development agenda. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to refer to the $15 million spent under the National Employment Program. In my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, to me, no money spent on the National Employment Program. In fact, any money spent on the National Employment Program is money that is well spent. Mr. Speaker, I can speak personally and directly to the benefits of these investments to my constituents in the 3 communities of Grand Forks, Monjon, and Rivière-Syrique. We are close to 200, yeah, I know I would get that reaction, 200 interns are engaged, both in the beautification projects, the caregiving services, and the private sector. The National Employment Program is about providing opportunities for people across the length and breadth of Dominica, as was said before. It is a safety net for people who would have otherwise faced significant hardship. This $15 million ensured the continuation and expansion of successful internship, NEP internship, a lifeline for the countless of our citizens seeking a foothold and introduction to the workforce, whilst contributing to the development of their own communities. Mr. Speaker, I support this wholeheartedly since it is a direct investment in the stability of our communities and the integrity of our promises. As a government, we continue to honor our promise of these interns, providing them with the support needed to sustain themselves and their families in these communities. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch lightly on the electoral reform section because, Mr. Speaker, I have a constituent who, after having attained a high level of education, as an educator myself, it hurts because as educators, we are supposed to be teaching other people. causing them to become educated themselves. And it hurts when we are using our education to mislead people. Mr. Speaker, reform is what the opposition always wanted. They spread a story of deception, not because they wanted to strengthen democracy, Mr. Speaker, but because they wanted a way to explain their own repeated failures at the ballot box. But we have always been on the side of democracy. We gave them all what they wanted, because as a government, unlike the opposition, Mr. Speaker, we do not fear a system that is strong. We do not fear a system that is protected from manipulation, because we know, regardless as to when elections are called, when all the dust has cleared, the Labour Party government will still be standing strong. So, Mr. Speaker, what I am trying to do now is to encourage our constituents, to encourage not only in Grand Formosan and Reverse Rick, all our Labour Party supporters, all our constituents, to go out and get confirmed. Too many people think this is a Roosevelt Skerrit thing. This is your democratic right. This is something, as Honorable Lockhart stated, is something that we fought for. He pulled it, she corrected me. He pulled it, Lockhart, he pulled, which one going first? Lockhart, he pulled it. So what I can do now and what we have to continue to do is to encourage our people to go out and do what is right and confirm, get this going so we can get a system that has always been fair, but even more fair, so the opposition will have nothing to say after today. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, brief words, I give my support to the supplementary estimates for the 2024-2025 period. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Lockhart.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very brief contribution in support of the schedule of supplementary appropriation for the financial year 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, and upon viewing the schedule, it was evident that the expenditure, they were both very important and highly beneficial to the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, one noticeable expense is the $1,723,169.72 spent on the increased payments for police officers. Mr. Speaker, this is significant to the men and women who work tirelessly for protection and safekeeping in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes our officers are brutally criticized in the eye of the public when they take certain actions. But I often say, we do not like the police until we need the police. So, Mr. Speaker, every dollar spent on them to make them happy and comfortable, Mr. Speaker, is welcome, Mr. Speaker. Another key expenditure is on electoral reform, where we saw $1,028,800 was spent to the supplier just for the software and the electoral photo IDs. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that this amount represents the cost only for software. and equipment. And by now, Dominicans should appreciate that the electoral reform process is a very extensive and very costly venture, Mr. Speaker. However, the process has begun, voters have been confirmed, and the system is being modernized. I wish to thank the government, Mr. Speaker, for making all the financial support available to advance the modernization of the electoral process in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the NEP, we cannot overemphasize the importance of the National Employment Program. Although today, Mr. Speaker, I feel more confident in noting that there's a significant shift to the positive as far as the perception of people when it comes to the National Employment Program. Because this program once was met with widespread misconceptions and criticisms, and now we are seeing a greater understanding, a greater appreciation and acceptance for the true value of the NEP program, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, the attacks and misinformation surrounding the program has noticeably decreased. Because for a long time, Mr. Speaker, there has been a prevailing misconception that the NEP only employed individuals for beautification and cleanup, and the salaries were capped at $1,000. But Mr. Speaker, I spent almost 4 years under the NEP, and I never used a rake by the road. I never planted a flower, and I was getting more than $1,000. And I could also say I was under the NEP, I had a loan in the bank, I was driving a car, and I was all the things that I'm currently doing while engaged under the NEP program. So some of the criticisms of the NEP are highly unjust. Why are they doing that? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, but the shift in the perception of the NEP didn't just happen by accident. It's a result of real and tangible impact of the NEP and the lives of thousands of people. This program has provided legitimate employment opportunities for individuals who otherwise would have struggled to gain work. We have young graduates seeking first-time job experience, mature citizens who have been out of work for some time and re-entering the workforce, and persons transitioning from sectors for various reasons. Today, we see individuals who want to face long-term unemployment now gaining valuable skills in administration, hospitality, agriculture, education, information technology, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, many have used the NEP placement as a stepping stone, because the NEP is not a jail, not a prison. In an NEP, you are free to leave. You can graduate, you can transition into many fields. So you don't have to stay in the NEP program. But the NEP program gives you an opportunity. And I know thousands of people who have been under the NEP program who are now, they are big, I would say locally, they are a big job now. They are a big job now. Look at Philip there, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly. He was under the NEP as well. So, Mr. Speaker, these beneficiaries are now able to take care of themselves, their families, with dignity and independence, contributing meaningfully to the communities and the local economy. $15 million, Mr. Speaker, in salaries is no simple pocket change. This represents real money circulating in the hands of ordinary working men and women across the country. It is the income that goes directly into supermarkets, our local shops, into transportation, into utility payments, school fees, and into small businesses. This youth sum, Mr. Speaker, could have been sitting in the government account, but instead, it is driving economic activity, sustaining thousands of households, and supporting the very backbone of our communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government has placed housing on top of its agenda for more than 20 years now. So, housing revolution did not start after Hurricane Maria. Mr. Speaker, just give me permission to read something there for you. Well, for us. Mr. Speaker, some 20 years ago, when the Prime Minister was giving his budget address, 20 years ago, he said there, under the special mortgage program at the Aid Bank, a total of $5 million was available to be lent at 5% interest for Dominicans to access to build homes. And at the time of his address, they had approved 51 loans at a value of $4.5 million. An amount of $7 million was made available to the Government Housing Loans Board at 4%.
What's, Honorable Senator, what's the relevance? Are you
Speaker,
talking about
I'm
housing?
talking about housing.
Oh, okay. all right.
Housing revolution, the money to spend on housing, and how this government has transformed the housing landscape in Dominica.
No, I'm just telling you
This is what
that
I'm talking
because I've ruled about going way back,
So,
but not doing it concisely.
right, okay,
Right.
Mr. Speaker. So let me just give you two more, please, to show how it started. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also reported that at the time, that 220 landowners or persons were able to own their own lands under this quarters program by providing them the lands for $1 per foot, Mr. Speaker. And in Castles, Mr. Speaker, if we know about Windblow and we know about Bayside, all these people there were able to own their lands because of the Dominican Labour Party government and Roosevelt Security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that was in the time of Lauren Banish Roberts, you know, she was the party at the time. Long time I followed in Power Reps, you know. Long time I with Power Reps. So at the time, Mr. Speaker, all these people were able to get their land. Then what happened? The actual home renovation started. So a number of those people now were able to improve their living conditions, improve their households. Lauren was all over the place with contractors taking measurements for people to do home repair program. And the Prime Minister also said at the time that almost $5 million was spent in 28 communities, and over 500 residents who received support to improve your, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we saw the advancement of housing in this country. And right now, Mr. Speaker, we have taken it a step further. Last week, we had a number of houses being distributed in Ambel Bishop. I can remember the figure, but I can remember that 69, because 69 is an easy number to remember, 69 homes were given on Thursday, 69 in one shot. How much on Monday? And 2022, and then we have 69, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and these houses, Mr. Speaker, are valued from, understood, 159,000, and some as high as $425,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a serious investment that this government is making in terms of housing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, no loans, you know. These people don't have to go to the banks, you know, Mr. Speaker. They don't know what a loan manager is, you know, or a credit officer, you know, Mr. Speaker. And when they wake up in the morning, Mr. Speaker, and they look up, they must thank God first, and then thank the government of Dominica for providing them a home for their families, for their children, children, Mr. Speaker. Because you and I know, Mr. Speaker, what is to be on a mortgage. Yeah. Because when I tell God, thank you for the roof in the morning, the next thing that the clips is the Quapo and National Bank, you know, reminding me that I have a loan to pay. Yeah. And so they want to live a little life. NBD taking their money first. And we have thousands of persons, Mr. Speaker, in Dominica that were privileged to receive a home from the government of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, PM always say you don't give it for votes, you give it because on a humanitarian ground because we are taking up role, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what this government has been doing in terms of housing, the NEP, and all the other social programs and the things that we do for Dominica is nothing short but commendable, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk about the East Coast Road. It's nice, and we appreciate it, and we see what it has done in transforming the Castle Blues community, addressing our vulnerabilities, and we are thankful for that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I 100% support this bill before the House, and I would also like to thank the Prime Minister and thank the cabinet ministers for all the great work they are doing for the people of Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Grant, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give my full support to this supplementary appropriation this afternoon, this evening. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we have documents, but it's important to highlight certain aspects of those documents. So in the supplementary appropriation, we see that 69% of the funds raised were from local sources, Mr. Speaker. Now, what are those local sources, Mr. Speaker? Our taxes and the CBI funds, Mr. Speaker. What that speaks to is the strength of our CBI, Mr. Speaker, but also the strength of our economy that continues to grow. So we must commend the leadership, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister and Dr. Irving McIntyre for their leadership, Mr. Speaker, because that amount of money was generated based on the level of trust and confidence that local investors and external investors have in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the East Coast Road, we learned a lot about it this morning, this afternoon. But Mr. Speaker, I must express a heartfelt gratitude to the Kalinago people and the people of Castle Blues. During construction, we had some difficulties. We are nearing completion with the Pegua Bridge, which is just over $7 million. So that is a beautiful bridge, Mr. Speaker, that is going to connect the Kalinago territory with the rest of the Northeast. It's not just a road, Mr. Speaker, and very often you hear people talk about it, it's just a road. What is the significance of the road? But that is a road that is leading us to prosperity, not just the Kalinago people, Mr. Speaker, but the entire country. Because we have seen an increase in the number of visitors within that region. The Parish for Castle Blues can tell you so. The member for Kalinago territory can also tell you that they have seen an increase, both in terms of the domestic tourists, Mr. Speaker, and the foreign tourists. Mr. Speaker, projects like these are one of many, and sometimes we take them for granted. We have the cable car, we have geothermal. All these are tying in to the bigger picture, which is what we're trying to do in terms of grow the economy and create opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, what I like to say about create opportunities, Mr. Speaker, I think we must commend the Minister for Tourism, Mr. Speaker, and the staff of DDA, because we just came off from an excellent Creole Festival in terms of the number of visitors that came in, the number of persons who would have benefited from that, Mr. Speaker. And what we can foresee, Mr. Speaker, is that with the international airport, that is only going to increase steadily over the next few years. But Mr. Speaker, while we say the international airport, Mr. Speaker, again, while I am on my feet, I must express a heartfelt gratitude to the people of Wesley, Woodford Hill and Palm Tree. They have given up their lands and they have been very cooperative, Mr. Speaker, because to have a project that size under construction, yes, there are a number of inconveniences that we are experiencing, but Mr. Speaker, they support the project wholeheartedly and they continue to do so. Work has begun on the tunnel, Mr. Speaker. You can drive alongside the construction of the tunnel. That is a significant part of the airport project, because what it means for the people of Wesley is that access to the village remains uninterrupted. And what do I mean, Mr. Speaker? You will be able to travel through the community and go to the international airport, because there are many other routes that we have considered in terms of getting to the international airport. But I felt as the parliamentary representative, it was important that we maintain that route connecting Wesley to Woodford Hill, so that persons that are going to the international airport can stop through the village and shop, they can stop and visit friends, visit family, but it's an important part of the economic activity within the Wesley constituency, Mr. Speaker. So I must thank the government for that intervention. Mr. Speaker, housing, the Minister of Housing and I, we are hoping that we can bring Christmas cheer to 16 families in the Woodford Hill area, Woodford Hill Village to be specific, Mr. Speaker, in an area that we call Small Farm. We are 80% complete. We have about 3 houses left to do finishing touches on, and we're hoping that before the end of the year, we can transform 16 families and put them into a comfortable space. We know, for those of us who are familiar, we know the challenges in terms of land ownership in Woodford Hill, and this is going to make a significant improvement in the lives, as I said, of 16 families. Mr. Speaker, I will stand on any forum to defend the NEP, and I think on many times members of the opposition do not understand. It would be good that Senator Reid would get off her computer a few times, or maybe leave Finegrass and interact with some of the NEP in Marigot to try and understand how it is that they live and what the NEP has done for them, Mr. Speaker. This is contributing significantly for families within the rural community. And what you find, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of persons, especially when you're in the rural community, you are unable to leave your young children and go outside of the rural area to find work, Mr. Speaker. And we know that it is important that you have a parent present in the home or available when you come out from school to provide guidance and support when you're doing your homework. And that is what the NEP has done for a number of single women within the Wesley constituency, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that I will stand and defend at any time. Mr. Speaker, beautification, the NEP is responsible for the area from Cabana to Hodges. And even with the airport construction going on, we try our best to maintain that area, because as you know, a number of hotels are up north. So normally a lot of visitors travel that area. So we try our best to maintain that. And we must give a round of applause or extend our heartfelt thanks to them, because it's the first community you will meet on leaving the not the international airport, but Douglas Charles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NEP, we have seen a number of persons graduate. So it's not just beautification. Within the Wesley constituency, we would have seen persons graduate to teachers, we would have seen persons graduate to policemen, we would have seen persons graduate to plant quarantine officers, we would have seen persons graduate to aviation security at Douglas Charles. There are a number of NEP interns who have not graduated and are making a life for themselves, but that NEP gave them a start. We have a young lady, she was on the NEP for quite some time. She recently graduated from nursing school. And I think, like I said, Mr. Speaker, the opposition sometimes need to interact with these persons so that they get an understanding, especially for young mothers with 2 children, 3 children, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, for me personally, it is touching when you interact with some of these young mothers. I know what it is, Mr. Speaker, because for a larger part of my mother's life, up until maybe 50 years, she was a domestic worker. And I am who I am, and all thanks to her, Mr. Speaker, for the love and attention. When you come from school, she is there to assist you. So I know what it is, Mr. Speaker, for the young children who have their parents available to them when they come from school and during that time, lunchtime and other times, Mr. Speaker. So it's not just about the money, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. It contributes significantly in terms of our social well-being for our society, because these children are going to amount to something because of the love and attention that their parents are able to provide for them while earning, Mr. Speaker. And that is the case in many of our rural constituencies. So it's important that we understand the contribution it is making to rural constituencies, specifically single mothers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Senator Paris as it relates to the grammar school, and he went on about right information, Mr. Speaker. It's important, I don't know if he was doing a speech for the delegates conference next month. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we correct and we do not mislead the public. When we make statements like sweep under the rug, Mr. Speaker, it is giving the public the wrong impression as to what the government is doing. Yes, a consultant came in, independent consultant, and a report was done on the grammar school. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, we cannot go and make a thing public because there are implications based on what's in the report. And I think that as a professional, as a member of parliament, Mr. Paris needs to be more responsible in his utterances because the general public is watching, Mr. Speaker. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, a consultant came in and we did look at the grammar school, and this government is a responsible one, Mr. Speaker, and we take our responsibility seriously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Public Works, I must commend and say thank you to the PS, the CTO, and the other engineers, because as you know, Mr. Speaker, whether it rains or not, we get landslides. And 6 o'clock, the phone rings and they respond. We also have to commend the heavy equipment operators, Mr. Speaker, because whether it's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, they respond. And we are able to clear roads, Mr. Speaker, so that our citizens can commute across the country. And we had an incident on the east, and I must thank them for their intervention because there was a church service in the east, and the members of my constituency, along with other constituencies in the office, were able to attend that church service because of the quick response of the heavy equipment operators and the Ministry of Public Works. So I must commend them. I must commend them on that, sir. So I thank you for your time, sir, and this is my short presentation.
Yes, Honorable Shepherd, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the supplementary appropriation before us in this honorable house. My presentation too will be brief. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the document, I couldn't not say something, especially since that my ministry has quite a significant chunk, more than 28 million, and not just because of that, but for the particular project, the Dominica Grammar School, I also have constituents there. And I listened earlier when the Senator Paris mentioned lack of transparency and those things, but a supplementary appropriation has to be implemented, and it's quite critical when we look at a national budget, because you must have access to funds in a faster time frame and or easier time frame to respond to your emergencies and those sorts of things. In terms of the Dominica Grammar School, for me personally, I usually see things in completion. So not just, in the plan and the drawing, but when that school is complete, Mr. Speaker, the benefits that will come through the creativity of our students who will be impacted, that is more significant. And they too will form part of the workforce that we see reflected in the other ministries, whether they become police officers, whether they go through the Ministry of Culture, and make their contributions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Employment Program, I too wanted to touch on that because I would have seen the pride, the confidence that the interns of this program have had. Oftentimes when we are NEP, we tend to look specifically at the beautification component of it, but it is way more than that. I'm not sure why we like to dwell on that particular area, but even if we were to, the success stories that are coming from those interns are quite significant. The honorable member from Wesley mentioned the joy in having a parent at home when you come from school to help you. And for those on the beautification side of things, that is one of the things that they take pride in, that they're able to be home for their children, that they're able to prepare a good meal for their children, And with my interactions, even before coming into politics, I knew that it was a bit embarrassing for some people, even when I was a teacher, where the students would be a little embarrassed that they didn't have something substantial to eat. And it was only because that a father in a home who's the head of the house would not be able to provide for his family. But now, because he's part of the beautification team, he's able to buy groceries that his lady can now prepare for the children. And I always speak to the family as the core of our society. Anytime we have stronger families, we're going to have a stronger country. So we cannot take it for granted, the funds that we make available for the National Employment Program. And as we speak to personal emoluments, Mr. Speaker, if you work, fair is, you have to get your pay. And so it is never an issue and should never be problematic if we are to make funds available to pay our national security personnel and where we have our youth and people in sports and culture, because somebody might say, but why they? But if you do not know your heritage, and they play quite a significant role in that, then who are we as a people? Also, and another passion of mine is sports and the youth, of course. We have to be able to have the funds available for our athletes. We have seen that sports helps our tourism, it helps our marketing. When they go out, they're ambassadors, and technically it is free advertisement for our country. So I support all of the funds that go to the Ministry of Culture, Youth, Sports, and Community Development. And if needs be that we put more funds there and we bring another supplementary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, the allocation, because as an educator, you have to keep doing it. The supplementary appropriation, what it does is that it provides allocation for us to be able to meet our broader goals, the things that we want to do, our goals of resilience. And again, it's quick access. It is to capitalize on emerging opportunities. Sometimes, like Minister Alfred said, you put things in place, yes, but an opportunity comes by, not necessarily to take care of a medical bill, but to probably go into investment or to go into another area where you'll see benefits for a country. And we must be able to have that kind of leeway, that kind of opportunity to have access to emerging opportunities when they come about. And so we would see it in the area that I referenced would be in terms of our auditing and our provisions for the IT equipment that are necessary. An emerging opportunity too in electoral reform. One may say, what opportunity is that? But it is an opportunity for growth, an opportunity for exploration. It's a new space, and it was embraced by this Labour Party-led administration. And so these are some of the things that I speak to when we talk to emerging opportunities and how we can strengthen our systems that have already been working well, but to give them what we can call a booster without adversely affecting our ongoing projects and our ongoing commitments. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that I could say, but I think my colleagues have done sufficiently in the various areas. And just to, as I wrap up, I just wanted to say to Mr. Speaker that the Dominica Labour Party-led administration continues to demonstrate why it has been able to take care of this blessed island, why it has been able to take care of Dominica, because it is practical, it is transparent, it is disciplined, and it is focused. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I express my support for the supplementary appropriation.
Debate on on the supplementary appropriation, and I must say it's encouraging and it's very comforting that both sides of the House have agreed that this money is allocated for the different areas. What we did was necessary, money well spent, so to speak. And it's important to note, though, Mr. Speaker, that over the past years, what we've done is the reliance on CFWs, on the contingency fund warrants, has decreased over the years. And what that does signify is the proper management of the finances of the state. This is why, and the proper implementation, which is why over the years, repeatedly, we have been decreasing our reliance on CFWs. And that is very important for us to note, and that can only happen if we're managing the finances of the state properly. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that just 30% of this amount came from loans, and that was a little in excess of 32 million for the East Coast Road, and I think 1.187 million for the other part here, which was like, that makes up about 30%. So only 30% came from loans, and these were loans that were approved in this parliament earlier this year and last year. The other 1% obviously is from grant, and 69, almost 70% totally came from revenues from the state, whether it's CBI, whether it's taxes, whether it's duties. So this says a lot for us, in that a lot of the funds were raised by us, our own revenue. So these are two important points I wanted to make the public be aware of, not only the House, but the public as well to be aware of. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, all the funds that were being spent, as is being spent here, it's all about the impact it's having on people. It's not a matter of we just spending money. It's a matter of we're managing the money so that there can be an impact on the lives of the people of Dominica. It's all about livelihoods. So when we spend that much on the transmission lines and for energy, granted it's, okay, we're reducing our carbon footprint, we have geothermal and all of these different things, and obviously we're also being more attractive for foreign direct investment because, you know, energy is the highest cost when you have these businesses, but also is to alleviate and to mitigate against the high cost of living such that in the future there'll be lower rates, electricity will be cheaper, so the common man can benefit. So it's all about the impact, everything that we're talking about. When you look at the financing that we're putting for the Dominica Grammar School, your alma mater, Mr. Speaker, it's all about building capacity, building the education system. And now we're talking a lot about reform. So even this new school, in addition to the other 6 schools that were mentioned earlier, so all that is investing in just the human capital, the capacity of our students to perform even better. Now, apart from that, funds were spent in housing as well. So when we deal with housing, it's not just a matter of giving someone a climate resilient house. Obviously, it does mean a lot, a climate resilient house, so that when we have adverse weather events, the people are safe. But it's also an environment that the family can groom and blossom in terms of the students in the house have a safe place to study, they have electricity, and they don't have to fear, even in terms of their own hygiene and all of that. So it's more than just a house, it's something to propel you and to develop you even further. Mr. Speaker, the NEP in my constituency, a little in excess of $250,000 is being put into my constituency every month. So you have to see the impact that is having on the livelihoods, on the quality of life of the people who work under the NEP system. So it's something that we should be very proud of how this NEP is contributing to livelihoods, to quality of life, and obviously the economic impact, because that's $250,000 into the constituency that is being used by the people, not just spent, but it's managed by the people, what they use for their own survival, as well as what they can save, etc. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it's more than just a safer road. It's a road, as the Prime Minister said, roads lead you to development. If you want to grow, you need to have roads, you need to have infrastructure. So it's more than just the safety, it's also how it helps with the economic development of the country. Now, all of these different parts were mentioned, Mr. Speaker, whether it's housing, whether it's infrastructure, and even when we come to energy. So we look at the geothermal plant. But obviously, yes, I recognize the part of cutting down our carbon footprint, but at the same time, I'm saying that quite a few people from my constituency will be employed at the geothermal plant as well. So it just trickles down and it just triples as all the different, how it really assists in the whole economic development of our country, Mr. Speaker. National security. Mr. Speaker, this week, I think you and I were at the opening, and I was also at the closing ceremony. And, but before I proceed, I think the Honorable Minister Blackmore and the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force deserve a round of applause. I think they've been doing an excellent job, and the rank and file of your force, they have been doing a very good job, yes. And I can even see Officer Bellot is here, who got an award as well. Well done, Officer Bellot, well done, yes. But Mr. Speaker, they've been doing a good job. Even you and I, we spoke and we realized that the police is on top of their game. And what I really enjoyed during this week was the outreach to the communities and the what you call it, community policing. This is really something new. Not new, but the way you've taken it to a next level, the interaction with the public and the communities, this is excellent, Minister. And so when we have to reward, whether it's in salaries, allowances to the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force officers, I think this is money well spent again. But, and then, you see, Mr. Speaker, the other thing here we have to look. All of these things that we are discussing here today in part of the supplementary appropriation, these are the different areas that are, how do I put it, they're supporting and they're augmenting the other major capital projects. So we have to look at everything in totality. We cannot just isolate these things from the bigger picture that we have, the bigger economic infrastructure that we're developing. So all these major capital projects, like the international airport, which is the game changer and is definitely going to transform this country. But for you to have an international airport, you need to have the other areas to support this. So here we have an international airport, we're getting hundreds and thousands of tourists, but they have to be safe. So that is why we have to invest in the Commonwealth of Dominica Police Force, so we can have safety, so when we have all of these different tourists, we can be safe as well. Let alone the safety of us, the citizens of the country, but the safety for our visitors as well. When we have all of these, the international airport here again, we're going to need energy. You heard the geothermal guru mention about the energy to the north. So this is investing in energy again, because all the different projects in the north are going to need much more energy. So everything is tied up together, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the energy part, whether it's the security part, and the infrastructure part. So the roads and all of that. This morning, the Prime Minister did mention about the road from the international airport all the way to Portsmouth. So my point here, and what people must understand, is that we are functioning with a plan. And everything is just not a haphazard manner that we're dealing with the energy, we're dealing with the roads, we're dealing with the security, we're dealing with the education. This is part of a bigger plan. That's the bigger picture that we have. That's the vision that we have. Nonetheless, obviously, we have to be pragmatic. So this is exactly why we come with a supplementary appropriation, that sometimes may not meet what we have to do. And rather than wait for the next year, as the Prime Minister mentioned, we might as well just go ahead with a supplementary appropriation and get the funds so that we can get it done. So it's very, very important that we recognize that we're functioning from a plan. This is what this government has been known for, that we have a vision for this country, and we're putting in the little bricks, and bricks come in little by little. These are the different trees that make up the forest, Mr. Speaker. Now, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, all of this, there's an element of resilience and sustainability, which is what is going to drive the growth and development. So in everything you do, whether it's in the energy, whether it's in the infrastructure, whether it's in the housing, all of these, there's an element of resilience and sustainability. This is what will drive the growth and development of this country. So having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I just want to drive the point home that we are functioning from a plan. This government knows what it's doing, and then we're going to succeed to that growth and development we want when we stick to our plan, and when we have to be pragmatic, we'll be pragmatic enough, but we're functioning that way, and I just want the entire country to support us in all these different activities, engagements, programs that we're putting through now. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thanks to all my colleagues here and even to the members on the other side of the House for supporting the supplementary appropriation. And also I want to say a special thanks to all the staff of the Ministry of Finance, our Financial Secretary, my Budget Controller is here as well, Mr. Bed Minister, and I think they've been doing an excellent job in my ministry. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll rest my case.
This concludes the debate on the supplementary estimate. The supplementary estimate will be now referred to the Committee of Supply of the whole House. The question is that estimates have passed through the Committee of the Supply of the whole House without amendment. So the question is that the estimate for $108,510,123.97 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Time.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Appropriation 2024-25, Act 2025.
The bill has been read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act of 2025.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the supplementary appropriation bill to the House.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25, Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act, that of 2025, be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-25, Act 2025. Which one? No, because remember we bring it as a resolution. So if it's that, yeah, because as remember normally the bill would just go for the first phase and then come back and be read. But as we bring it as a resolution, that's why we didn't go so. We go just straight to approve the resolution after the report. Okay, yeah. So we'll still do the clause before we read the final third one. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the clause is. Okay. So let us go through the actual bill itself. So we have clauses 1. Just one clause? Where are two? There are 2 on the schedule. No, we just have to go through it. Those, okay, so the question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let us go through the third reading instead now. Let's do it over, the third reading.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Act of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 2 of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica defines taxable goods as goods specified in the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.1 of the Act provides for the rate of excise tax to be prescribed in the third column of the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.5 of the Act authorizes the Minister to amend the first and second schedule of the Act by order published in the Gazette. And whereas Section 4.6 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 25th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable, the excise tax this was signed before, so it would be nice if the clerk could just get the exact date that it was signed before. So would you allow a suspension for just 5 minutes so that the clerk can get the exact date? Or let's go 10 minutes so we can get the exact dates and then we can stop. So Mr. Speaker, we move a motion that the House be suspended for 10 minutes so that we can get the exact date that it was signed by me.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended for 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended for 10 minutes, so House will resume back at 5:41. House resumes.
Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 2 of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica defines taxable goods as goods specified in the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.1 of the Act provides for the rates of excise tax to be prescribed in the third column of the first schedule. And whereas Section 4.5 of the Act authorizes the Minister responsible for Finance to amend the first and second schedules of the Act by order published in the Gazette. And whereas Section 4.6 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 24th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable that the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025 be affirmed, be it therefore resolved as follows. This order may be cited as the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of November 2020, on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution seeks to legislate the reduction in excise tax on motor vehicles manufactured 10 years or less from 28% to 25% effective October 1, 2025, which was announced in my fiscal year 2025-2026 budget address. This reduction is part of a broader initiative to reduce the import of old vehicles and encourage residents to import newer vehicles and purchase used vehicles locally. As I stated in the budget address, the number of derelict vehicles on the roadside in Dominica is unfortunate, unsightly, and inconsistent with our branding as the Nature Isle. Government now has the financial burden of disposing of these vehicles. A reduction in the excise tax rate requires amendments to be made to the first schedule of the Excise Tax Act, Chapter 6906 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Section 4.5 and 6 of the Act provide the amendment to be made to the schedule as follows. The Ministry may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the first and second schedules, and 6, an order referred to in subsection 5 may be approved by the affirmative resolution of the Parliament. I therefore commend the resolution to the Honorable House for approval.
The resolution is before the House for debate.
So, Mr. Speaker, both sides of the House seem to approve of this resolution because it addresses some very important issues, and one in particular one is the significant increase in derelict vehicles, that too in the Nature Isle, which is unacceptable. And both the Minister of Tourism would be happy that we can have less derelict vehicles. The Minister of the Environment is happy that we can have less derelict vehicles, and the entire country is happy that we can have less derelict vehicles. From the point of view that it is unsightly, and Mr. Speaker, in terms of it harboring rodents and being, well, for mosquitoes breeding as such, which really hampers and puts our health at risk. So let alone the unsightly nature of it, is also a health hazard as well. And Mr. Speaker, the truth is some of the areas where these derelicts are, they can actually affect the flow of traffic and in terms of accidents as well. So it's unsightly, it is poor for our health, and it's in terms of traffic accidents. So from all points of view, Mr. Speaker, I think this resolution is an excellent resolution to bring before the House so that we can get rid of these derelict vehicles. And let alone that, Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at it. If the population is encouraged to purchase newer vehicles with less than 10 years, what it does, Mr. Speaker, these vehicles will be functioning better. You, if an engineer in mind, would know that, and in terms of the carbon emissions, it would be much less. So we have more efficient vehicles, less carbon emission. We actually just less maintenance as well, so it's less cost to the owners of these vehicles. So from all points of view, Mr. Speaker, this is, and then also, I also mentioned in this resolution, the whole idea of purchasing vehicles locally. So, Mr. Speaker, from all points of view, this is an excellent resolution we brought before the House, and since both sides are in agreement, I think this is a great move in the right directions from an environment point of view, from a health point of view, from an accident and safety point of view, in terms of purchasing more vehicles locally. Mr. Speaker, this is a win-win for the Commonwealth of Dominica.
This concludes the debate, although there was no real debate, but it concludes it. I will now put the question, be it resolved, therefore resolved, as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025. And 2, the Excise Tax Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been affirmed.
Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. Whereas Section 18.1 of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 6708 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica provides that the supply of goods or services specified in paragraph 2 of the Schedule 2 is an exempt supply. And whereas Section 21 of the Act provides that an import of goods or services is an exempt import, where the import would be an exempt supply under Section 18 and paragraph 2 of Schedule 2, if it were a supply of goods or services in Dominica. And whereas Section 105(1) of the Act authorizes the Minister responsible for finance to amend the schedule of the Act by order published in the Gazette, and whereas Section 105(2) of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas on the 24th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. And whereas it is desirable that the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025 be affirmed, be it therefore resolved as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, and 2, the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November 2025, is affirmed.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution 6, the affirmation of the Parliament for an order made to amend Schedule 2 of the Value Added Tax Act to exempt a number of food, household, and personal items for a period of 6 months from October 1, 2025 to March 31, 2026. This exemption is consistent with the announcement that I made in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget address. Mr. Speaker, this measure is being implemented to cushion the impact of higher than normal imported inflation on our citizens and residents. It is being implemented at a time when the government itself has its own fiscal challenges and very high commitments, bearing in mind our ongoing ambitious development program to build a resilient Dominica and a sustainable macroeconomic environment to ensure that every Dominican gets an opportunity not just to achieve, but to flourish. Mr. Speaker, this relief is consistent with the mode of operation of this Dominica Labour Party government. We are well known for our love, interest, protection, and care of our people. To avoid hardship on our people, we find ways other than through taxes to raise revenue and provide relief when required. The order which is before the House today exempts VAT on 26 items, namely salted herrings, codfish, onions, garlic, split peas, red kidney beans, black-eyed peas, lentils, pigeon peas, cream of wheat, cornmeal, oats, luncheon meat, canned corned beef, canned herring, canned sardines, canned tunas, canned mackerel, cereals, that is wheat, bran, etc., biscuits unsweetened, orange juice, tomato ketchup, toothpaste, laundry detergents, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins. Note, Mr. Speaker, that there is also no import duty on any of these 26 items. We urge the suppliers of these items to cooperate with us by passing on the benefits of these exemptions to the consumers. Mr. Speaker, the granting of these exemptions requires an amendment to Schedule 2 of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 6708 of the 2017 revised laws. Based on Section 105 of this Act, amendments to the schedule can only be made by order subject to the affirmative resolution of Parliament, hence the reason for this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend the resolution to the Honorable House for approval.
The motion is before the House for debate. Yeah. You are surprised you're moving too slow. Honorable Lloyd, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No, we're not gentlemen in here, no? Not in that house. No. Not in that house. Mr. Speaker, let me firstly say a pleasant good evening to you and to all of my parliamentary colleagues this evening. Mr. Speaker, the core principle of the Dominican Labour Party is that all shall eat. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, for all to eat, all needs to be able to afford. Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing here this evening are measures to be able to equip the common man to be able to afford, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, in its wisdom, has recognized that due to a plethora of exogenous shocks and existential threats, that the standard of living, the cost of living has now increased significantly, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reality. And this is not a reality that is only unique to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. It is a global reality. Because what we have seen in recent years is the impacts of geopolitical activities and events increasing the rate of inflation, Mr. Speaker, globally. And we speak to the incessant insurgencies and wars. We speak to a global pandemic, Mr. Speaker. We speak to natural disasters. We speak to COVID-19, and the list goes on, all having a trickle-down effect on small island developing states such as Dominica, Mr. Speaker. In essence, making life much more difficult to live. Mr. Speaker, and in all of these recent years, this government administration, let me correct myself, this Dominica Labour Party government administration, Mr. Speaker, have always implemented social safety nets to cushion the impacts of global growing inflation rate, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, earlier today, my comrade, Honorable Pinat, spoke to a number of those social safety nets, Mr. Speaker, to include our back-to-school program, Mr. Speaker. Right now, what we would have otherwise considered as luxuries back then is now a right to every single student in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking of the uniform program, Mr. Speaker, free uniforms, free shoes, Mr. Speaker, free books, textbooks. Mr. Speaker, we speak of these things and some people downplay its impacts. But the truth is, majority of us in here can agree that it was not easy to attend school back in the days. I remember, Mr. Speaker, starting a fresh academic school year with big holes in my shoes, with stains on my shirt, borrowing old books, Mr. Speaker, borrowing old books, Mr. Speaker, from my friends and siblings, Mr. Speaker. That is the truth. I'm sure every single one of us in here can empathize with those sentiments, Mr. Speaker. Every single one, with no exception, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Proceed, Honorable. Stay focused.
I'm focused, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. I know. Mr. Speaker, but so, Mr. Speaker, government is doing this thing in an effort to keep monies in the pockets of its citizens, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the areas of college, for example, the exemption of tuition fees at the college, again, done to keep monies in the pockets of the parents of these students, Mr. Speaker. The construction of these thousands of homes for Dominicans, again, done in an effort to keep the monies in the pockets of the citizens of Dominica. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are a government who listens to the people. What they have said to us is that they appreciate that we are creating ways to keep monies in their pockets. But right now, they want us to make that money stretch, Mr. Speaker. They want us to make that money stretch. So what we are proposing before this Honorable House are measures to make that money stretch, Mr. Speaker, to make life easier and more palatable for the common man. Because the reality is, and it irks me, Mr. Speaker, to know that there are people among us who are heavily critical of these measures that we are proposing. And under the same breath, Mr. Speaker, they are praising and acknowledging sister countries who are proposing those same measures, Mr. Speaker, in the name of politics. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, in our society, there are different classes of people. There are the negociants, or what we call the bourgeoisie among us, Mr. Speaker. They might be able to afford a pound of garlic or a bag of garlic. But the reality is, there are people who are unable to afford a head of garlic, Mr. Speaker. So these measures are done so that you can use that same 50 cents, instead of using that same 50 cents to buy a head of garlic, you can now purchase 2 heads of garlic, Mr. Speaker. If we speak about all shall eat, why should I only eat butter or peanut butter and you're eating corned beef, Mr. Speaker? Let us make corned beef affordable for everyone to be able to afford, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this government is doing, identifying some of the critical areas that are seen as insignificant to some, that are absolutely significant to others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would have been remiss of me to sit here and not stand, knowing that I could add my voice to something remotely positive, something impactful, something, as I said, that can stretch the monies that are being kept in the pockets of our citizenry, Mr. Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to also encourage my parliamentary colleagues to espouse what we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, measures that are before this Honorable House. Because at the end of the day, it might not affect you directly, but I can almost assure you that there is a constituent that is going to be happy as a result. And I want to furthermore say to the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, for you, that as long as this Dominica Labour Party-led government administration is in power, Mr. Speaker, is in office, we'll continue to do what it takes to espouse and to encourage these sort of measures to make life easier for the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Having this few words said, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support these measures before this Honourable House. I thank you very much.
Your mic. Your mic is off. Yes, Honorable Blanchard, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence to refer to my prepared notes, please.
So you get the memo for next year? So let's proceed.
We'll talk about that, Mr. Speaker, another time.
Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with absolutely no reservation in full support of this value-added tax schedule order 2025 brought to this Honorable House to be affirmed. And I do so, Mr. Speaker, as this policy measure presented and approved in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget is for the removal of the VAT tax on a selected basket of goods, some grocery items, as we heard from the Honorable Minister for Finance, thereby making those items more affordable. This basket, the goods that were listed, as it is called, was deemed to be a mix of basic goods or groceries that are purchased by the majority of citizens in Dominica, especially our vulnerable households. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, knowing that the central purpose of this amendment is clear to everyone. It's not just clear to everyone, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that every Dominican household, all of Dominica, we are already benefiting from this policy. Mr. Speaker, the measure is all about providing direct and immediate support relief to our people, families, households across Dominica in the face of imported inflation and persistent high food prices. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is yet another initiative by this Labour Party government that is consistent with its motto that all shall eat. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is not an abstract policy. Rather, it is practical, timely, and deliberate by this caring and working Dominica Labour Party government to ease the pressures of the relatively high cost of some basic commodities or groceries. This small but significant amendment is all about the weekly shopping basket of every Dominican household. It is about the single mothers across the Roseau North constituency deciding what to put on their table for their families. It is about the pensioners, the public servants, the young families across the length and breadth of this island trying to stretch every dollar to keep their families fed and healthy. Mr. Speaker, we do not live in isolation, as we heard my colleagues say. Global shocks, including pandemics, geopolitical tensions, higher oil prices and freight costs, climate-related disruptions have all influenced and pushed food prices upward globally. And we in Dominica and in small island states, we too are also feeling this. Dominica has felt that pressure sharply because as a small open economy, we import a significant share of what we consume. and world prices pass quickly to local shelves. So, this bill is part of a broader national duty by this government to soften the blow of external pressures on the people of Dominica. But, Mr. Speaker, let me put a pin in it. Let me move slightly away from the discussion on the imported items to a discussion on an even wider package to enhance food security. To the people of Dominica, I say to you that your government has strategically, for more than 2 decades, invested millions and millions of dollars in the agricultural sector to ensure food security. I dare say that this is yet another opportunity for us as a people to truly begin the substitution of some imported goods for locally produced goods. And I do not want this little plug-in to seem abstract, Mr. Speaker, so allow me to explain what I mean by that. Let us together look at a couple of the items. I'm only going to pick 3 of the items on that list. Orange juice. I mean, that one is obvious. We in Dominica, we have a variety of fruits available locally for juicing, making the substitution of that orange juice a fairly easy one once the concession ends. And I might even say we can even start now. In addition, we can boast of a number of small businesses that have fresh local juices available locally. And for those who are more health conscious, as your government continues to advocate and educate us on the prevention of CNCDs while reminding us that our health is our wealth, the option of substituting juice with water is another great option. Yes, I do it sometimes as well, Mr. Speaker. Another item, unsweetened biscuits. The substitutes, again, are endless with respect to this. There are so many options locally for other healthy snacks like chips, and we all know that there are assortment of them available, produced locally on the market. I even have my favorite, and I dare say those of us in this house have a favorite as well, our plantain chips. Saltfish is another one that I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker. While this is a favorite for many households in Dominica, I'm sure a lot of us are not aware that there's an alternative, Mr. Speaker, to the saltfish. Mr. Speaker, I know of one entrepreneur in the Southeast who prepares and sells smoked tuna and marlin purchased from local fisher folks. You know that person, right, Honorable Minister? This is another great substitution for saltfish, and it's prepared in the very same way, and it is actually delicious. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to do is to say to us that while the government is helping us with those direct subsidies in the form of a removal of the VAT, we too can help ourselves by starting to think of what is it that we can buy that is just as healthy locally in order for us to stretch our dollars like we are trying to help with. In short, this discussion was meant to remind us as a people that this is yet another great opportunity to continue to grow what we eat and eat what we grow, as this Labour Party government continues to prioritize investments in agriculture and support to small agro businesses, including technical support through the Ministry of Labor's Small Business Unit, the DYBT, the Aid Bank with its loan facilities, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, I move back to the core of the bill that we are debating. As we have been discussing, the amendment implements the budget measure to extend VAT exemptions on essential food and household items for a period of 6 months. Listen in public, it's for a period of 6 months, which began on October 1, 2025, and will end March 31, 2026. During that period, VAT will not be charged on the importation, and neither should it be included at any stage of the sale on those selected items as presented and approved in fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. Let me remind our listeners and viewers, Mr. Speaker, that the list includes everyday basics, and some of them saltfish, herring, our canned meats, tuna, mackerel, corned beef, smoked herring, cereals, onions, garlic, the unsweetened biscuits and the orange juice and tomato ketchup, and things of that kind. Notice, Mr. Speaker, that there are no luxury goods included in that list. For those people, note we do not have any. Pardon? No, exactly. We do not have any Johnny Walker Double Black or Blue or Gold whiskey. We don't have any salmon. We don't have any ice cream. It is really the basic things that we need. The approved list, again, includes staples, food items that keep households going week after week. Mr. Speaker, I want to explain a bit further so that people, Dominicans, can get a better appreciation of the true impact of this measure. VAT is a consumption tax. When prices rise, VAT can amplify the burden on households because it is applied as a percentage of the total value of the good. Through the exemption of the VAT on these items, government is reducing the final shelf price for these goods, the final price that we will pay. In simple terms, the amendment lowers the cost of food items in that basket, which is the list presented. And so, Mr. Speaker, our citizens, every Dominican household automatically benefits every time they purchase those items, but again, for the specified period of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, inflation is not felt equally. Those low-income households, including some single-parent households, pensioners, minimum wage earners, and the unemployed, for example, are going to feel it first and the hardest, and one may ask why. The reason is generally they spend a larger percentage of their monthly expenditure on food. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is a social protection measure, and it reflects this government's enduring philosophy to always take care of the vulnerable amongst us. Some may ask about revenue implications. I want to emphasize that this government is not reckless. The VAT system is one of the pillars of our revenue framework, set at a standard rate of 15% except for the accommodation sector. But a caring government will not only be concerned about collecting revenue, rather, it will make deliberate, strategic, and targeted policies to provide the people of this country with the breathing space when needed. A quick search online was confirmation that this government is on the right track. Not that I needed the confirmation, but for some people, I think it's always important to share what I see is published. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to a question and answers on the website of the International Monetary Fund that was last updated on November 21, 2025, and it is titled, and I quote, "Impact of High Food and Fuel Prices on Developing Countries, Frequently Asked Questions," end quote. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to share with you and the listening public some of those questions and answers. One question was, and I quote, "What can and should be done?" End quote. And the answer, I quote, "Policy responses need to be tailored to country-specific circumstances," end quote. With one option presented being, I quote again, "Temporary price increases can be mitigated by temporary targeted subsidies or increased aid to protect the poorest," end quote. Members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'm asking my colleagues, isn't this what this caring Dominica Labour Party government is doing. This is exactly what the IMF has said, and this is exactly what it is we are doing. Interestingly, another option, and I quote, "The most effective response for developing countries is to seize the opportunity and step up efforts to encourage expansion of domestic agricultural production," end quote. Again, that is something that I mentioned earlier, that this government has made targeted investments of millions and millions of dollars in the agricultural sector. And that is something that no one can deny, because we have heard my neighbor who's missing today, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, we have heard him in very passionate presentations in this Honorable House speak to the number of accomplishments of the agricultural, in the agricultural sector, again, because of our targeted attention and investments in that sector. Mr. Speaker, I want to again remind the public through you that this amendment, the removal of the VAT on those selected items, is time-bound. It is only for a period of 6 months, and it already began on the 1st of October. Let us all take advantage of this benefit. While some may criticize this measure as temporary, I say to them that this policy will be judged by whether it assists persons in Dominica to purchase food at a lower price. This relief is a rational, compassionate response to the realities of the world economy. Responsible governments act. And this is what this Labour Party administration is doing, and I dare say has always done. We are responding to a current spike in prices while leaving room to review conditions and, if necessary, adjust policies based on the evidence. If global prices stabilize, the temporary relief would have done its job. If shocks continue, government retains the flexibility to extend or refine the current policy measure as needed. As noted before, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is one part of a larger strategy. As a government, we are also investing heavily in agriculture, livestock, fisheries, agro-processing, so that we can import less over time and produce more at home. In other words, we are providing short-term relief while building long-term resilience. Reducing VAT on selected essentials help us now while we are strengthening local production to prevent the next shocks from hitting us even harder. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative for the Roseau North constituency, I see how rising food prices squeeze families in that area. In communities across the constituency, my people are stretching budgets to cover rent, electricity, transport, school costs, while trying to feed their families with dignity. Our constituency includes many single-parent households, retirees, public officers, fisherfolk, and small business operators. For them, even a small reduction per item multiplies into a meaningful monthly savings, and I dare say times 6, because it's going to be for 6 months. In short, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that this amendment will be felt in every household across the Roseau North constituency, and I welcome it as a parliamentary representative who is always looking for ways to help my people. In summary, this bill sends a strong signal, and that signal is this Labour Party government hears the people and is prepared to implement policies to protect them. I therefore commend the Minister of Finance and this government for bringing this amendment, as it is timely, practical, and rooted in the lived experiences of families across Dominica. It provides immediate cost of living relief and enables the people of Dominica and ensures that the people of Dominica can live with security, stability, and hope. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this amendment. Thank you.
You should have moved your seat. For moving your position.
Yes, Honorable Anderson, you may proceed.
Yeah, I don't like to be in the view of the camera. My apologies. I was just, excusing myself. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the waiver, or should I say the zero rating of the VAT on the selected items, goods. I think it's an essential step, but I just wanted to put a new context to it, or to add something to it that is very important to know. Well, there's no need for anything surgical. This is food. You can have, surgery and people eating food, so I'll have to get something else to say. But, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect that I wanted to add is the fact that zero rating the VAT on these items is also accompanied by the zero rating of the tariffs, the importation tax on these items. And the Ministry of Trade is responsible for ensuring that within the CARICOM external tariff system, because we are part of CARICOM, and CARICOM is one of the pillars of that integration within the region, is the common external tariff. This means that goods produced outside of CARICOM, and that is, of course, not produced by member states with the requirements of the rules of origin, meaning that a certain amount of that good must be manufactured, produced, and really come from that member state, that there is a tax that all CARICOM countries agree to place on those goods that come from outside of the region. In addition, Mr. Speaker, once CARICOM member states can provide a minimum of 75% of the production that is required within the CARICOM, within your country, for example, so in this case, Dominica, then a tax must be placed on that same good originating from outside the CARICOM. So, a case in point, soaps. We produce soaps in Dominica, DCP successors, and therefore soaps that come from outside of CARICOM will attract a tax, a tariff, when they enter into a CARICOM member state. Some countries are having difficulties with that. They've suspended the CET on soaps, and we're urging them to replace the CET. Now, as it pertains to these goods, the 22 items that we have here before us today, submitted by the Minister of Finance, we also had to go to CARICOM through the Committee of Trade Ministers, the COTED. We had to go to the COTED, which we did last week, Mr. Minister of Finance. We were expecting to submit the report to you very soon so that you can see what was approved by the COTED. And fortunately for us, COTED has approved the suspension of the CET on all 22 items. Now, we didn't expect that, to be very honest. And the reason we didn't expect CARICOM to agree with us is that some of these goods are produced within the regions, and those member states have the capacity to provide more than 75% of what we need, and therefore, they should be protected. But CARICOM decided that they will give us the initial period as requested by the Ministry of Finance and articulated by the Minister of Finance in the budget address, and will allow those goods to be zero rated on the CET. So that Trinidad and Tobago, for example, producing cereal, they have agreed, they did not object to us removing the protection of their cereal coming into Dominica by zero rating those coming from outside of Dominica. But there is something that also is important to add, which I shared with my colleagues last week. And one of the things we gave them a commitment is that we will urge our importers, our supermarkets, to import more of the CARICOM stuff. It's already zero rated. It doesn't attract a tariff. That we urge our local importers to buy more CARICOM products because they from the list, actually, only 8 items that are not produced adequately in CARICOM. So the majority of the list, really, we have those items being produced within CARICOM. And we urging our importers to continue to import CARICOM goods and to ensure that, you know, we do not destroy the common single market and economy, the CARICOM single market and economy, which is based on the common external tariff. So we're really urging them that even in spite of the fact that we have a suspension of the CET on products from outside of the region, we really wish they would still procure more from within the region as far as possible. But I gave a commitment here as well during the budget debate that the Ministry of Trade will be monitoring the prices of goods on the shelves. And I wish to report that we have actually done this. We've done the first 2 rounds and expecting to do a third round by December. And so far, and the initial inspection, what we found is that the importers are really reflecting the zero rated by and large. We felt that there was a great effort on their part to, even if some of them had stock, but they were able to start reflecting the zero rating on these items, and we were very, very happy for that. In addition, there's something that was reported to me this morning that we also found out, is that the importers were importing less expensive brands. So instead of bringing too much Kellogg's, they would bring in a brand. So they were trying their best to really help with this cost of living issue by, you know, responding to the consumers. And we have to commend them for that. And we support them for doing that, because that is also a very important part of it. And we're hoping that with cooperation and partnership with the importers, we can realize better benefits to consumers, which is what we are seeking to provide. But Mr. Speaker, while all that is being done, and the government is doing its best, I know sometimes we like to talk about the concept of imported inflation. I don't really like the concept, because by the very nature, inflation, a lot of it has to do with imports. So it's sort of right. No, but the fact is, the reason why you end up in an inflationary situation is because you have to import a lot of the stuff you're consuming. So therefore, well, it's then why say, you know, well, I forgot the English expression for that. Parab, you can remember? Help me out. You know, it's sort of a redundancy, but there's another nicer expression for that. You know, but what, right, oxymoron sort of thing. Right, that's it. But you see, the point is, and you know, the member for Rosenhoff said that we have to learn to control our taste and consume as much as possible the things that we produce locally. We have to consume what we produce locally. You know, yeah, that's right. We have to consume what we produce locally. You know, I live in that piece out. Leave me alone. It would be no trouble tonight. You know, we have to consume what we produce. We will work to ensure quality production locally, safe production locally, and to do the things that will entice people to consume better. Packaging, for example. And we have seen a tremendous improvement in packaging. Packaging is something, I mean, I have to commend our local small businesses, you know, and the minister put them on display the other day, the Member of Parliament for Collio, when he led through the Steve Village Creole. I mean, this was an excellent display of local products. And we have to continue to encourage them, but assist them in the packaging, make it attractive, make it safe. The Bureau of Standards remain at their service. We do the testing, we do help with the labeling, well, of course, the contents. And we do a lot of the scientific work that is required to assist small businesses. And we're hoping to expand the services that we provide. We are working on a new program, and we're hoping that by next financial year, we can embark on some new program. Even before the financial year, perhaps by the beginning of the calendar year, we can start doing a little more to help small businesses. So we have to consume more of our local produce. We have to do that. But we have to also get ways, as I said, to improve them and to package them and to add value to them, which is part of the challenge as well. Adding value to local produce is also very important. So that we can not necessarily do an import substitution. I don't like that expression. I think there are certain things we can eliminate. Let people import them if they wish to, out of taste or whatever. But I think we should have sufficient local production to ensure that we can meet dietary, nutritional needs, and to ensure that we can minimize the importation of some things. So that we don't have to worry so much about all of those, taxes and stuff that have to be waived, because we are sufficiently producing and consuming what we produce. And Mr. Speaker, so this motion before us clearly have already made a major contribution to reducing the cost of living, dealing with some of the challenges that, of course, inflationary, and I'm happy as well, Minister, explain the contributions or the factors that lead to this inflation in importing goods, especially food items. We have transportation costs increasing significantly, global disputes, conflicts, wars, and some other geopolitical, situations that have left us affected in ways that we have no control over. And we can only do what we can as a government by removing the VAT, the value-added tax, removing the import taxes, but it is the people who have to make determination for themselves that we can do better. I mean, you can have a little cocoa, a little plantain in the morning. I remember cocoa was something myself, I didn't like cocoa at all, because my grandmother gave me too much cocoa and balau to eat, and I myself, I decided I don't want to see them thing ever again in my life. But I think I've gotten over that. So the other day, I had a little cocoa up by me there. I take my time, I prepare my cocoa, I fry that, I put a little salt on that, and I enjoy my cocoa. And I did that for maybe 3 days straight. Just cocoa eating. Cocoa, yeah man, cocoa chips and fish. Take a little fish there and I grill that. And let me tell you, yes man, that's my thing. But I was home alone, and don't tell my wife that. But I feel that there are a lot of things that we can do. There's a lot of things that we can do. There are foods that we can eat. And I understand the fact that when we grow up, that's why you see so much misery. That's some things you don't want to see again. Like there's an old man from St. Joe, well, he's deceased now, they used to call Papa Shal. Papa Shal went to England, and they brought him bananas, fig to eat. And Papa Shal looked at the bananas and said, "Must I be haunted by this miserable creature?" But I can tell you, I had my days with balau. My grandfather was a fisherman, so we had no shortage of balau. But today, if you go to Jungle Bay with me, you might see a strange thing happen. Because when I went there, I found they had some of the best fried balau. And every time I go there, they always leave a portion for me. Once I reach, they come in and tell me if it have, because that is something that I like. So I think after a while, let's get over it. let's go back to what we grew up with. But I'll not drink apple tea because that burned my tongue too much. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that we can go back to, we can consume, we can enjoy, we can prepare differently. You know, I think it's part of it is the preparation. You know, everything doesn't have to be like, you know, just, yeah, you know. C'est pas manger cochon. I mean, just prepare the thing, make it nice. You know what I'm saying? Oh, sorry. Yeah, and that is the point, culinary arts. And this is why I believe that we need to insert, I know we have a good food and nutrition program at our schools as part of the TVET. We need to focus more on the arts of the culinary part and to make sure that people can get to enjoy. But I don't like to say something we overdo it because I'm not eating no, how we call it, fig, pie and all them kind of things with how much thing on them. I'm not in that. But, you know, there are people who like them. And for our visitors, you know, it may be more palatable for them. And I think we need to concentrate on that. And as we grow in the tourism sector, we talk about how many, 48% increase in arrivals. We have to feed them. And we need to feed them more local stuff. And even I believe, and I mentioned that already, that at the Creole Festival, there should be a whole section of just local cuisine that is packaged in a way that makes it beautiful, attractive, and part of the overall experience. Because I know, I have been to several countries, and one of the things that they're always proud of is to introduce you to their foods. You know, and that is something that we need to make as part of the Dominican experience, the Creole experience. The Creole experience has to be about Creole food, packaged, prepared, you know, sold in a way that people can really enjoy and talk about. And it is not only Dominica. I think it's only Jamaica and Trinidad that you find have such strong culinary, delights. Because for them, they're proud of that culture, that ackee and saltfish, you know, you must get that. You go in a hotel in Jamaica and you wake up in the morning, you must get that. Whether you like it or not, yeah, that's there. So why can't you get a nice balao and whether it's smoked or whether it's fried or, you know, a nice, you know, a little fig and dash in or something, you know? And I think that we need to work harder because in the buy local, I believe that is the part that we need to improve so that it is not merely consuming the raw thing, but how it's packaged. I have sought to do my best with Dexter, especially. They started it, but they dropped it a bit. There was a time we had a competition to prepare, I think it was plantain. Anyhow you want your best way of preparing plantain, for example. I mean, we need to go back to that, and we can, you know, encourage people to consume more for our local produce. But Mr. Speaker, I support this measure because we must take this action because there are those among us who still have rather, you know, foreign taste, and some of them, you know, exclude, you know, a little. We have to ensure some things are not just taste. Some things are necessities and essentials, and you know, can help to, according to my parrot, make the dollar stretch. And I believe that is a very important thing that we're doing, and we have to just continue to encourage our people to eat healthy and to be conscious of sugar and salt. I think these are the two that we need to pay more attention to, but also we have to ensure that our lifestyles don't cause us to increase our health costs as we seek to ease the pain that our people don't overindulge in some things that can affect their health. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the measure before the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Joseph,
Yes.
recognized. You may
Mr.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I was just, I was sitting in my seat and I felt the need to lend my voice before Dr. Mark concluded the debate. So Dr. Mark, I will help you to summarize the debate. Okay? But, Mr. Speaker, interestingly, something happened to me last night. And my mom called me and she told me, Lucky, I did not get any tomatoes in Portsmouth. Please try to get some for me in Roseau. But it was already after 5, the market was closed. I went to Lindomat, I didn't get any. I went to S-Mart, I did not get any. And I said the last place I may be able to get anywhere in the vicinity of Roseau is Big W because I'm going to Ben's. So I go to Big W and I say, yes, tomatoes. Nice, big, red, juicy tomatoes. But it did not occur to me that those tomatoes do not look local at all. So I took my bag, in my excitement, I full my bag. I went to the cashier, I picked up some napkins and an air freshener, and I went to the counter and the cashier is telling me $116. So I said, well, I maybe pick up the air freshener, probably expensive, so I might have to put it back because I only have $92. Not recognizing that I only have 3 items cashed. So she said, would you like to take out some of the tomatoes? I said, well, I didn't expect the tomatoes to be so expensive. How much is the tomatoes? She said, $72. I said, how much is a pound? And where did these tomatoes come from? She said, they're imported, ma'am. I only left with 5 tomatoes for $27. I didn't have a choice. But this is just to bring the conversation into perspective. And as the member for Granby said, for us to buy local. Because probably if I had gone to the market or I had bought the tomatoes by the side of the road, I would have probably paid $10 or maybe even $20 for 5 pounds of tomatoes. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I support this bill. And we should not pretend like we don't go to the supermarkets. We should not pretend like we don't compare the prices. We should not pretend like we don't try to stretch our dollar because, I mean, we all grew up in households where our parents tried their best to stretch the dollars. And we still try to stretch the dollars. Because even if times may be a little better, we might be getting a little more money in our households. Times have changed, and no matter how, in what way we can stretch the dollar, we look to stretch it. We go to buy our local produce, we look for the best tomatoes. Well, unlike me, I had to go to the supermarket. But when we go to buy, we look for the best buy for the money that we have to spend. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I just felt it in my heart and in my gut to bring this conversation into perspective and to say that even if some of us did not stand to support, we wholeheartedly support on both sides. Well, I sit in this side, but I nonetheless, both sides, we support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and even with the VAT, we see the measures taken by the government in housing, in the school programs, in agriculture, in tourism, and we see the love, the compassion, and the care of this government for the people, for the young people, for elderly, for those who are vulnerable. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this VAT exemption amendment 2025 is one that I will heartily support, and we definitely support it as a parliament as a whole. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Lockhart Hippolyte.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the value-added tax amendment that is before us. I think it was necessary for me to add my voice to the debate because I think that this amendment would impact or have impacted many of us. Not only those most vulnerable, but those in the middle class and those in the higher strata, Mr. Speaker. Because when I look at the list of items, cream of wheat, Mr. Speaker, that was so expensive. Right now, everybody can afford cream of wheat. Luncheon meat, you know, and salami. split peas, Mr. Speaker. So right now, these things are a bit much more affordable for all of us. And Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to a young man who normally buys snacks for his daughter to go to school. And he said to me, boy, Parrep, when I went to ask the fans, I spent much less money. So that is the impact, Mr. Speaker, that this amendment has on the lives of many Dominicans. And it is not the first time that this Dominican Labour Party government has sought to stretch people's dollars. I remember some time ago the income tax threshold, it was reduced. So a person with a salary of $1,200 or $1,300, $1,500, Mr. Speaker, pays no income tax. So that is one of the measures that we have used in free cylinders to the elderly. I mean, a person would have to purchase a cylinder for $30-something, 32, right? And also the implementation, well, Petro-Carib cylinders are much cheaper, Mr. Speaker. So all these things the government has done to ensure that people can stretch their dollar. The $300, Mr. Speaker, to our senior citizens who would have never $350 because we increased it some time ago. To senior citizens who do not receive a Social Security pension. So we are putting monies in people's pocket. We are reducing VAT on certain items to ensure that people can maximize and to stretch their money. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this amendment. Thank you.
This resolution brought before the House, it is important to note that the reason why we can be bringing such a resolution to the House is because we're in touch with the realities on the ground. And we know the reality in terms of the inflation and the cost of living on the common man, on well and everyone. So that is why we can come with this resolution to the House. And to get a grasp of this, you have to be faced with the realities. A lot of my colleagues here do their shopping, both male and female, and they know exactly what the prices are. And so here we are addressing this issue. But you cannot look at this zero rating and the removing the VAT on these 26 items that we mentioned without looking at it in totality. The point here is we're trying to keep as much money in the pockets of every single Dominican. So, let alone the fact of zero VAT on these 26 items, you have to look at what else is being done by the government so that people can have more money in their pockets. So, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the housing revolution, so when people don't have a rent to pay, so then you see that's more money in your pocket. Let alone housing, Mr. Speaker. You look at education. When the government provides the books and the uniform and the Free State College and the scholarships, that is less expense on the parents and on the home as well. Even if we go further, Mr. Speaker, the non-contributory allowance, that is more money in the pocket of the elderly people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Yes We Care, so if someone had to pay a helper to look after their grandparents, they no longer have to do this. More money in their pockets, again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at geothermal, so granted, yes, carbon footprint, we're going to reduce, etc. But it is also a matter of cutting down the cost of electricity, more money in the people's pockets again, Mr. Speaker. This government has been known for not increasing taxes, more money in your pockets again, Mr. Speaker. So, when you look at all of this, Mr. Speaker, let alone the fact that we're putting zero VAT on all these items, we also have so many other measures that keeping more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. So while we are cutting down the cost of living by the VAT. We're also doing other things, Mr. Speaker. The salaries that I mentioned this morning for the police, that was at 8% over the triennium. So we've done the nurses, salaries have gone up. We've done the police officers, salaries have gone up. We've done the teachers, salaries have gone up. And very soon we're going to do the minimum wage, salaries will go up. So here we are, Speaker, cutting down the cost of living and increasing the salaries. That is more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. So I do not want us to just look at no VAT on certain goods. It's more than that, Mr. Speaker. This is combined with the salary increases and all the other measures that I've mentioned that cutting down the cost of living, so there's more money in the pockets of the citizens of this country. But let alone these measures that we're putting in place now, we're also looking at the future, because a lot of these 26 items you mentioned, they're addressing the part of protein security. So while we're addressing protein security here in these measures to make sure that we can have enough protein, we've also invested 7 million in an abattoir. And Mr. Speaker, all the boats that we're giving to the fisher folk. So granted, we're doing this measure now, but thinking of a few years down the line, when the abattoir is functional and when the fisher folks will start bringing in the fish from the boats, we'll be addressing our protein security. So we have the urgent measures that we're doing now, but we're also thinking of 2 to 3 years down the line. That is where the abattoir comes in. That is where all these fishing boats come in. So it's not just now for now. We are doing this now, granted, to just, block a hole, while we're thinking of 2 to 3 years down the line that will address our protein security. So, Mr. Speaker, in totality, this is a government that cares. This is a government that is in touch with the people on the ground. And this is a government that is committed to having the people have more money in their pockets, more disposable income, so they can live a more comfortable life while we do the hard work. So this is what the government is about. This is what governing is about, Mr. Speaker. We bring solutions to the table. So these are the solutions we are bringing to the table. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm happy that both sides can support this and approve this resolution.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it therefore resolved as follows. 1. This order may be cited as the Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025. And 2. The Value Added Tax Schedule Amendment Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November, is affirmed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has now been affirmed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 7:45 or 7:30. 7:30, Mr. Speaker. Half an hour we can. Okay, 7:45, Mr. Speaker. 7:45.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 7:45 p.m. this evening. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7:45 p.m. this evening.